Hey everybody, welcome to the KOL live event stream Twitch thing. I'm Jake. Here in the room with me is Hot Stuff, who's going to be helping with stuff, including letting me know if I'm audible.
It's not yet streaming.
Hasn't started yet. There's a lot of delay. There's not a lot of delay in Hot Stuff actually looking at me from the other side of this monitor.
People are talking about seeing you, so.
Okay, can they hear me?
I do.
Are they talking about hearing me? Are they drawing pictures about how they can hear me? Alright, I've been given the thumbs up. So, gonna do a live event, live in more ways than one. How do we do this? Hot Stuff, I forgot how video games work. I think because I don't want people actually like wasting their turns on this, I want to get it to like a fairly solid level of existence before I let people into it. And I also don't think, I didn't try this. Hot Stuff, can you play with the event on live, just so that I don't think that something is out when it is not actually out? Okay. Well, I think that I'm just going to draw the container document for it first, reveal what it is, and then put it in the game. Start from the outside, move in. So, let's see if I can figure out... I tried to figure out how to make the camera bigger on the screen, just couldn't do it, so this is what you get. You get pointed down on my desk. Alright, so, Pilot Precise V5, only the finest pen. This is where I attempt to draw the ground, which, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the ground, but it's normally like flat, like straight, like it just goes from left to right without really going up or down when you're looking at it, but I am never able to draw anything like that, so we'll see which way this one tilts.
It is a shame that is in this kind of
color. Okay. On the left side of the ground, what I often find is there is a bunch of smoking debris.
We have 742 people in the stream, by the way.
And then in the middle part of the ground, what you'll see a lot of the time is a giant crashed alien spacecraft. Okay, so alien spacecrafts need little boopaloopy bits. That's what those circles are. Let's see. Some heat dispersal vents. A door, which is locked. Malfunctioning landing gear. Okay, and the top of the ship. Needs a death ray.
Pause on pause.
Or it's bad for toes for watching it.
Is anybody else saying that it is frozen for them?
Everybody is.
Oh. Well, still seems to be setting out okay for me. So I hope you all can see it. It's also possible that I was just drawing too slow. for anything to be happening in real time. Okay, so then, this is the thing that I always forget and have to re-put the thing in the scanner again, is I have to draw a smaller version of this to put in the outer container document that it goes in. All right. Goes in the scanner. Oh man, there's already something in the scanner. It's catastrophic. And we fire up. We fire up PaintShop Pro 9. That is what professional video game developers use in all cases. Since 1991. Let's scan.
Twitch is saying that if you switch sources, you should be able to full screen the video camera.
What does it mean to switch sources? I tried to set up an alternate version of the camera that was larger,
Right.
and, you know, just to switch to when I would point down to the paper, but it wouldn't let me, this open broadcaster software wouldn't let me set up more than one thing using the same camera as a source. Chat, I appreciate the advice about the GIMP, but nope. Okay, so here is how my stuff goes from drawings into game art. These are 50, I think it's scanned at like 150 DPI. These are 50 pixel boxes, and because this made some kind of sense at some point, I take a 150 by 150, use PaintShop Pro's stuff to shrink it down to 100 by 100, and that's KOL art. Of course, what I'm going to do is make it look a little nicer. Get rid of those stupid layers, because layers are for people who know what they're doing. Okay, got the font set up for KOL zone text, and we're going to call this Some Smoldering Wreckage. Shrink it down to however many colors our things are. 16 grayscale. That's what we do. And, oh man. Let's expose a bunch of my file structure here. Twitch. Crash site.gif. Okay, so this I'm going to do, there's a handful of things that just for security reasons I'm going to do on other monitors that you can't see, such as actually connecting to our file server, stuff like that. So what I'm doing now is I am uploading the image that I just made. Well, what I'm doing now is I'm trying to find it in the file system in WinSCP. Uploading the image that I just made to somewhere where I can put it in the actual game. So let's not do it in the plains. Let's do it in the big mountains. This is a fairly new tool. We used to do all of this stuff in just PHP scripts that would kind of lay out the grids of what was on there, but switch to this, which is much nicer. Like if I wanted to say, like, move Mount Noob around. Well, I can't because Mount Noob's part of the background. But let's say that I wanted to move the Hermit, like, over there. All I would have to do would be to save that, and then the Hermit would be in a weird place on top of something else, and you probably wouldn't be able to click on it because I don't actually handle z-indexing or anything. So I don't want to do that, but if I did, I could. Okay, so let's make a new thing called MTS Crash Site. So that is now a new place element. And where is this looking? Other images / mountains. So we need to do Crash Site. Alright, so we got some smoldering wreckage. I forget where I was going to put that. I think maybe it goes right underneath Hugler, because I think that's where there is space. So 300 by 200, some smoldering wreckage is what we will call that, and right now I'm going to make it so this only appears on the dev server so that people don't click on it and just have a message say, you can't actually go there yet. I'm trying to do this in such a way that the stuff is accessible as long as possible, but I don't want actual error messages thrown, and I don't want people spending turns like before there are item drops and then feeling guilty, not feeling guilty, feeling stupid about having done that. So the condition for this is witchbox equals dev, which is just gets set in the code earlier so it knows. For you guys, it'll be witchbox www1 or something, I don't even know. So that'll be a link to place.php, which place equals crash site. And we will save that. So now, when I go to the mountains on dev, there we are, some smoldering wreckage. When I click, invalid place. So what I need to do is make the place. Crash site. Okay. Let's see. The crash site of an alien spaceship from space. And it is not currently public, so it will only be accessible on dev. Backlink is which place equals mountains, back to the big mountains. Let's see. This is a code block that gets executed when it is launched. I don't need to bother doing a witch box on this because having it not be public means that it's already not accessible except on the dev server. So let's save it. Now I can go to it, I think. Yes. All right. So now we need to make this stuff that's in it. So for the most part, I think it is. All right.
To distract you from what you're doing,
Yeah.
do we want to switch the link on the announcement to...
Yes. Okay, so that's going to be something that you guys can't see, but I'm going to change the front page link to be a link to the stream instead of a link to the document about the stream. During this brief intermission, I'd like to share this message from Troubleface. What's our stream URL? Twitch.tv/KOL. And I think that's good. So let's build a login script. Push the login script. Friend of the organization, David Bass, points out that we're beating WildStar in live viewers. So you heard it here first. Kingdom of Loathing, better video game than WildStar. WildStar's pretty fun, actually. I would probably rather play it than Kingdom of Loathing. Did that work? Can you check login and see if that worked? In addition to being assisted by Hot Stuff, I'm assisted by Medio Litro of Coca-Cola, a Nerd's Rope stolen from Jake Video Games Rodkin, and a ramekin of nuts. Yeah, Hot Stuff has a big hunk to work with. Let's see. What was I in the middle of? Did the login thing work?
Yeah.
Okay. So the link on the front page now links to the actual live stream. So what was I doing here? I need to make this background. You know what? Just so we've got room to expand into, just in case. Let's make it that big. Size 500 by 300, and let's see. Alright, so this is the correct size, so...
We broke 1,000 viewers.
Go inside the crashed ship will be a thing that you can do, or... So this is where we actually need to figure out what the name of the zone is going to be. Let's call it Some Scattered Smoking Debris 1. One thing that I like to do every once in a while is ignore the advice of designers about kerning and make it so those T's don't get smushed up against those other letters, because I don't like the way that looks, even though it's probably actually less legible the way that I like it. Okay, so those are two things that you can click on now. So let's reduce color depth, save this as crash_BG, upload it off screen where you can't see it. Yes, he manually centers his text because that is the only way to get it done correctly. There's not as much lag as there had been in previous times. Okay,
Different for everybody.
that's probably true. Okay, so now we've got that background as a thing. So let's call this other images. What did I call it? Crash_BG. And that's 500 by 300. And now we should be able to go from the mountains to the smoldering wreckage, back to the mountains, back to the smoldering wreckage, back to the mountains, back to the smoldering wreckage. Okay. So the thing that is going to happen when, let's see, so I'll make an element called crash zone and an element called crash ship. And this does not need to be a picture because all of the art is contained in the background, so we'll just call that none, which just gives me this cool thing. 200? Sure. By 200. Let's make it 210, in case somebody gets mad that they can't click on the landing gear. Go inside the crashed ship. So what typing this here does is it makes it so if you're looking at it in the weird like blind people mode, you can see it. It puts alt text on the image so that when you mouse over it, that is the text that will appear. This should show up all the time, and what it should do is it should run the code block. I guess I'll call these crash_whatever. Crash_ship. And then I will make a code block called crash_ship. And then I will filter by code block crash_, which doesn't work if there's only one. So let's also make one called crash_fart. Now, there we go. Crash_ship. So all this does to begin with is to say a force field prevents you from getting close to the crashed alien spacecraft. Period. So now that is a thing that happens when I click on the crashed ship. Then I need to create a zone. So the container document is done in this thing called the place spindler. A zone is not a place, a zone is a location. So we need to go into the location spindler. What did I say that was going to be called? Some scattered smoking debris. Okay, so this is location number 408. That becomes important later if I need to reference it in conditionals for monster encounters or whatever. It is outdoors. Let's say there are no non-combat adventures in it just yet. Place.php, which place equals crash site. I think that you'll be able to get into this no matter what level you are, so we don't need the like warning for what happens if you try to go in there when you're too weak or whatever. There doesn't need to be any reject code because there's nothing apart from the zone being not public that needs to keep you out of it. So now this is what a thing looks like. A zone. You can not actually learn anything about the ultra rare mechanic by looking around in here, so don't even try. All right. So I had three ideas for what I was going to put in here as far as monsters. One of them is just going to be a government. How do you spell government? Government agent. What kind of body parts does a government agent have? He's a head, arm, leg, torso. That sounds good. They don't have wings or tails or anything. Government agent, and he'll be a man. I was thinking, hot stuff, about just making all of these monsters scale at like -5, just so that people who create an account right now, and this is the first thing that they do, aren't just getting their shit handed to them every fight.
Sure.
Because even putting a floor of like 10 on it, like I made an account to test some stuff on Feast of Boris and just got my ass kicked real hard by the first monster I encountered. So what we'll do is we'll make it so these monsters just scale their power to the player's power, but we'll do it kindly so they're weaker. Let's see. In order for the monster to not seem completely broken, in order for it to not generate nonsense text, we need at least one hit and one miss message. It pulls out an official government taser and officially tases you in the random body part. He tries to tase you in the random body part, but can't, bro. Okay, so I believe that that is now a monster. Let's add the zone to the place. Sorry, add the location to the place. So that's also none, and that's going to be 120, 120. I'm always off by 5 or 10. And what did I say that zone was? 408? 408. Okay. So we save that. And it's alright. So now I can click there and I can fight a government agent. Just testing some stuff with this machete. So I can hit the guy with the machete. You know what I don't have? I'm going to use my special item that just lets me win any fight by issuing the text do ho 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 O, and then saying no damage, but then setting the monster's hit points to 0. Alright, so I didn't get a factoid, but what I think I did get was now stats on the monster. These errors are because this guy is now showing up... No, okay, let me run away from it. This guy is now showing up on this front page report of monsters without categories. So what I need to do is give that monster a category. Come on. Guess I'll just load the monster spindler. That's not the monster spindler. A lot of spoilers in here. This monster is a dude, so that should no longer happen. Alright, so now that I've beaten one of them, my monster Manuel has kicked in and tells me that I forgot to give him initiative. How fast are government guys? Government moves pretty slow. Let's say his initiative is 25. I don't even know what that means. It means that...
It means that they're...
What does it mean? If you have... They're gonna get the jump on you 25% of the time if you're lower... Yeah, who knows, man.
If you are equal stats, they get the jump on you half the time.
If you're equal stats, they get the jump on you half the time?
At 0.
At 0. Oh, okay.
And
So this is... So it's 25% more than 0?
Yep.
So it's 0.
It's not 25% more, it's like...
It's not percent. Why do we display it as percent? It's not a percent. It's never been a percent. I don't know. Monster does not need an element. Monster does not need to grant any bonus stats or anything. He will probably get some other special properties, I guess. I don't know. Okay, let's make another monster, because that one is a real guy at this point. So we kill him. What was that missing? What is that? What is that? That is like a misc text block trying to fire. Wonder if let's see. To approach the ship, giving the universal sign for get out of here, which is the national sign for get out of here. Point a gun at you and start firing. 8. So let's see if giving him a description makes that go away. Yep. Okay. The next monster is Perimeter Defense Sphere. You know, a PDS. So what does he have? He has an orb and an eye. I don't know how many things actually use that parts list. There are like... It was important to me at a certain point in KOL's history to make it so if you swung a sword at a guy, that it didn't say, you cut off his arm, if the guy obviously doesn't have an arm. So there are certain things that are important in that body parts list that'll filter out certain attack messages from various weapons and stuff. But then I think Scully and Riff started using those to put jokes in there and then wanting different things to reference those things. So I think that there are other ways to invoke that now in the code, but who knows? Let's see, is it a perimeter defense here? It is it, and monster category, that is a construct. So we'll get rid of that. We'll have him scale. We'll have these be a little meaner. So with them, with their stats being set to yours -3, they're going to hit you more often. The guys that are at -5 are probably not going to hit you, right?
Very rare.
Because it's like, the way that works, if you're at a low level, high level we don't care about, because somebody with stats of in the hundreds knows enough about how to play the game that they're going to be able to defeat a monster that's a little bit more powerful than them. But so like a monster's attack value versus your moxie, it's going to, like, I think it does like a +1 d10, -1 d10, so if it's 5 below you, it is unlikely that that little like triangle distribution is going to hit you a lot of the time, which is fine. This is just supposed to be fun, you know? Let's see. Bolt of searing plasma emerges from the orb and burns your body parts. And that is doing hot damage. Bolt of searing plasma emerges from the orb and burns a nearby prairie dog. Poor little guy. Don't worry, he survived. So now there should be 2 monsters in here. No, that orb needs a description. Behind a piece of smoldering wreckage and floats toward you with what would probably be malice if you could identify it. Agent. Oh, you know what I did? I made the monster, but I didn't put the monster in the zone. So... Oh, spoiler alert. Alright, I'm going to give you a quick rundown on every single monster in the Kingdom of Loathing. There we go. I forgot this list was alphabetized. I was expecting the one that I looked at to be in the one that I was looking for to be in the bottom. What did I call that? Perimeter Defense Sphere. You know, the government agent probably has some meat. Let us say that he drops 75 meat. Okay. Alright, so that was the second monster. Fighting. I do a lot of just clicking a thing over and over again in the hopes that a 50-50 chance will go my way so that I can see that the thing works. Alright, so that guy's got a description, no missing text or anything. He seemed to, so he doesn't have factoids. Hey Riff, write some factoids for government agent Mans in Black while I'm in here, and also this perimeter defense sphere. Maybe you could make it about the prisoner. I don't know. Should I tell Riff this in someplace other than on the stream? I can tell him in chat. Riff, do that thing I just said.
Ping him.
I could. Alright, so this is how we assign work. Oh no, this is some stuff we're working on.
He also just said okay on Twitch.
Well, sure, but let's see. Twitch event clearinghouse category timely, and that'll make it show up. This is a place for pings, and what a ping is when I want a guy to do a thing, and so I say riff. Write factoids for agent and sphere. Nope, let's send him a text message. So that just tells Riff that he needs to do something, and it sent him a text message, even though he already knew he was supposed to do it. I just wanted you to see the power I have to both make people do things at a distance and also make people's phones vibrate and tell them that they have to do things at a distance. Third monster is what's going on here. No, that didn't actually open a new window. Okay. Third monster, illegal alien. Head, arm, leg, torso. We'll also make the criminal a male. This is an alien who is obviously not supposed to have been aboard the ship when it crashed. Afraid that you will turn him in for illegal stowing away, he attacks you. Okay. Alright, so that monster is in there, but I need to actually make that monster a thing. So, scale, he's about the same as that guy. Are aliens made of meat? I think they are. Television has taught me anything, it's that aliens are just like us, except with some weird shit on their forehead. 65. That was not the right field. Why can't I read? 65. Okay, soldier up. 65 meat. He's pretty fast. He's got 75 initiative. This sphere is like hell's it fast, so he's got 100 initiative. So this is where we could really use some version control, because if Riff is in the middle of writing some factoids on one of these guys, and I go back in and change something, and then Riff like saves, it's going to override all of my changes, and we don't have like anything on the back end to prevent that from happening, because we're the worst at software development. But we just sort of make it so that that doesn't happen. Let's see. He commits a grievous crime against your body part. That does some physical damage. He tries to commit crime against your body part, but your body part has diplomatic immunity. Alright, so are those monsters? I think those are monsters. Man, 34 minutes in and we still don't have a zone for people to play in.
So much for quick development.
I know. Really, all that I need is for these guys to have item drops, and then I can turn people loose on it, and then I can put the art in while people are starting to play on it. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to set up the zone to track how many people are, how many adventures are being spent in it. I think that I can do that by, you know, why don't I use Crash Fart for that? What did I ask? Let's see. Okay, so that is ship turns. So if I just add ship turns tracking to the code block, where is the zone? Where is the, let's see. Execute, I can never remember what that thing is called. Execute on load. So I can make it so a zone, when you try to go into it, executes a miscode block. So this is going to want to execute crash_fart. So now, what should happen, let's test this actually. Let's just also say, hey, 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 it echoes. So then when I go in there, nope, that didn't seem to want to work. Unless it's just echoing it and I'm not seeing it. No, the tracking is working. Huh. Wonder where that hey, hey, hey is going. I wonder if it goes into some weird place because it's not supposed to be... Oh, that code executes before this script is actually displayed. So it's echoing it, but it's probably echoing it before there's a redirect to send you to the actual fight script. Anyway, so now we can see that 4 adventures have been spent in this smoking debris. Those adventures are me so far. Now we'll also be able to tell, because this thing should be refreshing itself every 3 seconds, if anybody else on dev is sneaking in to dick around with this before it's ready.
I've already mentioned it once.
Have you?
Yes.
Well. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, right, a KOL live development event. What do we need? These guys need item drops, and then I think we can let people in.
You need to put the non-combat that explains that this is what's going on in there, the first time adventure.
Okay, yeah, alright. That needs art, too. Doesn't need much art.
You could just use no pick for the moment.
That's true. Okay, so we're going to put in a super likely that is just the intro. Okay, so this will not take an adventure. It should only show up if you do not have the flag crash intro. Flag crash intro is set to 0, then show this adventure. When this adventure fires, set flag crash intro to 1. You see a crashed ship and stuff. So this is normally what I would do, and then I would just say, hey, Mr. Skullhead, write this introductory adventure thing. So now, when I go there, whoa, look at that! Nice job! Alright, so we get that intro adventure, then we click again, and we just get some monsters. Look what Hot Stuff has done. He has animated the smoking wreckage without even being asked to do so. Riff, why didn't you write those factoids without being asked to do so? Because you're not here. There's no excuse. Are you going to make the little boop loops on the ship move around?
I don't know the narrative, so I wasn't sure if I should.
Oh. You and me both don't know the narrative, buddy. Alright, wow, 38 minutes. I'm tired already. So, is Scully around? Because maybe I will just say, hey, Scully, write this thing. Scully's not around. Where is it? Where'd it go? These are in a different window sometimes. Come on. Did I close it? I must have closed it. Man, it's gotta be really frustrating watching this happen. Okay.
This is why I said it's going to take us 12 hours.
Yeah.
You know, you could just let people go in there and start fighting these things without drops. They would be spending their adventures without getting rewards, but that's their own prerogative.
Well, okay. Let's do the drops, and then I'll go in and write that thing later. That's the thing that I knew I was just going to seize up when I had to start trying to write stuff in front of people. Sentence at a time I can do. Okay, so let's add... What do we want this guy to drop? So this is a problem that we have trying to do things that are economically interesting, like have things that are common enough that a normal player can just get enough of them for it to be fun, but uncommon enough that they'll be valuable. And so we sort of end up having to do weird, fakey stuff because there are so many things that interact with the systems in KOL that, like, one guy could go in here and he's got no, like, bonuses to item drops, and one guy goes in there and he's got 10 billion% bonuses to item drops. And it's dissatisfying to me that that guy gets 10 times as much stuff as a guy who's just screwing around. But there's really no normal place to put an item drop rate that it is, like, fun for everyone, right? So let's say that this guy has a quest relevant item drop at, say, 15%, and you're going to need a few of these. That is not the way to do that at all. What I meant was new item. Drop rate of 15%. So then this is a burned government manual fragment, which is a usable item and is also a quest item. And then we can close that. We can reload the monster. So now he's got this. Let's also give him a consumable drop. Also, not the right way to do that. This whole adding an item from within this interface is new, so I don't know how to use it. Let's see. 20% drop rate on some government cheese. Ah, crap. People are going to want that to be combinable with anti-cheese to make a government. So what's that going to be?
Communism.
That's a word.
Communism is like a government.
Okay, so government cheese is a food. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say hot stuff. Put some numbers on this food. Let's pretend that we're going to use that in a cooking recipe later, so this should be decent for somebody who doesn't, know what they're doing, but not so good that we can't make something better than it out of it. And should there be like a piece of gear that the government guy drops? Like, I guess there should be a piece of gear that the government guy drops at like 3%, or like a pair of sunglasses. Alright, so 3%. Pair of government shades. I bet I've already got some glasses for that. Sunglasses. No. Shades. No. Damn it. So that is an accessory. Doesn't make sense that you'd be able to wear more than one pair of sunglasses at the same time, but you should be able to trade them. Stuff. Put some numbers on these things, please, buddy. Alright, so did that work? I don't know if that worked. This is weird. Yes, it did work. Okay. So this guy is going to drop I think that I might want to make this guy drop this thing in a way that is that is not this. Okay, so I'm going to give him an execute after item drops, crash, junk drop. Okay, so what this does is it tells this monster that it tells the game that once you've beaten this monster, right after a normal item drop, right after item drops would occur, it should execute the miscode block crash junk drop. So we'll make the miscode block crash junk drop and say, I forget how this works. Let me look at, say, the Spring Break Beach code for stuff dropping in, let's see, there's mushrooms. Just copy and paste this code, because that always works out great. Alright, so the base chance is, say, 15%, and space junk bonus is going to increase over time. We don't really need this debug info, but we'll put it in there anyway. Rolling for space junk. Let's see, we change the name of that flag to space junk bonus. And let's see. If you don't have it drop, then it also doesn't need to do any output, but what it needs to do is increase the drop rate on it. So what this will do is it will make it so every time you fight one of these guys and it doesn't drop this item, it increases the chance that the next time you fight one of them, it will drop the item. Let's start it out at 10% and make it go up by 10% every time. So let's see, just to reset that, it needs to actually give you the item where, okay. The reason that I have 9,000 tabs open at the end of a session of working is because I always just open a new one instead. Okay, so space junk. This is going to be a usable item and it will be tradable. Let's make it not discardable for the time being. So pile of various space odds and space ends. So that is item number 7523. So that guy should drop that item in this weird system. Let's make sure this comment is accurate. Can't have that. Okay, so what this does is it makes it so item drop bonuses actually apply to this thing, but it doesn't just have a flat drop rate. So it makes sure that you get some of these, because these are going to be important to this. Like, these are going to be the thing that you farm, I think. And make sure you get some, even if you don't have a bunch of bonuses running. Okay, so I believe that that's the only thing that that guy is going to drop. Doesn't need to have that as another. That said, something that I do want to do as a bone thrown to experienced players is also give them a secondary drop of the space junk that only occurs, let's see, it is not pickpocketable, but it only occurs if, let's see, player level bonus is greater than -30, then found equals false. So what this does is it adds another item drop to this guy if you are running some plus monster level. So plus monster level is a thing that experienced KOL players run to make monsters more difficult, to give more stats and stuff. They don't normally give extra item drops, but in this case I wanted to do it because I want new people to understand that that is a thing that has some value if they start poking around. Although let's say that you get this if you're running 10 monster level instead of 30. A little friendlier. Okay, so, oh man. Remember that thing I said was going to happen where an edit got stomped on?
What happened?
No, weird. It was there. That's weird. Now he has everything. Okay. I'm going to close all these windows just so I don't screw anything else up. Okay, so let's fight perimeter defense. Okay. Scully! He wrote into chat. Somebody jaw bruised me. Cool. Here's how hard it is for me to get rid of that. /NoFX. Popular 1990s era punk band NoFX gives me both the excellent song Linoleum, which I like a lot, and the ability to make it so whoever did that just totally wasted a jaw bruiser. Scully. Ahem. Wanna write this intro non-combat? I bet you do, period. So I will assign that to him. Government agents and little gray men and floating death spheres are everywhere. So that is usually the kind of guidance that I will give him on how I want something written like that. That is about the level of detail that I will give in terms of like the atmosphere of a place and how it gets established in there. Let's see. All right. Tagged to you. Okay, so that is now getting done without me, so that's cool. Item drops on the illegal alien. So he needs to drop. We can give him a consumable. Nope. See, I did it right that time. I am learning. Let's just say that it is some kind of space drugs, which is a potion. And let's figure out. We'll make a new effect. And we'll call it Space Drugged. Actually, let's see if there is. Okay, so there is not an effect called Space Cowboy, so there is going to be one called Space Cowboy. And it's going to have cowboy hat as an icon. And physical effect, good. We almost never do anything with these categories, but we can. Let's see, stuff. What do I do? So, this is just a potion that he drops. So that is now noted to hot stuff to do a thing. This item... No, did I not actually make the item? Thank you for making government. Space drugs is potion. The effect that that potion grants is Space Cowboy, and it gives you it for 15 turns. Let's see. The last thing that that guy needs to drop is... Again, that's not how I make an item. 25% chance drop, which is also a quest item, and it is a weird space book, which is useful. Written in weird space language. Okay. This is a quest item, and so there's a lot of things that you can't do with a quest item, and what that means is that in the drop condition for this thing, I can say if has item, player ID, that item ID, found equals false. So you guy will drop that once, and then you will not get any more of them. And there shouldn't be any way to lose it or get rid of it at this point. I think that's items. Alright, are we opening this up?
Sure.
I think we're opening this up. So, the thing that I need to do is I need to make the zone public, and then I need to go to the place and make the place public, and then I need to go to the mountains, and I need to say no longer limited to witchbox equals dev, and now you can adventure in that place. So I'll do a system announcement. Holy cow, a big spaceship just crashed in the big mountains. I guess I should also write an announcement. Okay. Alright, so that goes out on Twitter. Because the one thing we need is attention drawn to what's happening today. Holy Christ! There's a lot of adventures happening in this area. Okay, so... Oh no! Error's fighting the illegal alien. What? Really? Oh, because he doesn't have a type. Oh man, what monster category is an alien? I bet he's humanoid. Man, remember that time I could never find the tab? Illegal alien. Humanoid. I guess I should have actually tested fighting that perimeter drone. Man, game's slowing down a little. That's no good.
There's 1,130 people in the stream.
Rolling for space junk, 16.73 against 10% drop. This is also what our fights look like on dev. Rolling against space junk, 53 against 20%, so that's looking good. 51 against 30%. Okay, got a space junk, and then I kill him again, and rolling against 10% drop. Okay, and I got one anyway, so that's pretty good. Okay, so now I'm going to draw these monsters. If you can factoid the illegal alien now, too. Good, good. No effects. Alright. You can actually see this. $11,133 adventures.
Is it worth spending a few seconds trying to see if we can change the source to the
to a bigger thing? I don't like
stream.
Yeah, I don't want to script the stream either, and so little of this is actually going to be me drawing that it's like. All right, so. Alright, man in black. I'll make that guy shorter in post. Alright. Ramekin of nuts. I also forgot that when you use that new thing to add an item onto a monster, that from within the monster thing, it doesn't put a desk ID on that item, and so you can't actually click on it for a description, which I think a lot of them don't have descriptions yet, so it's probably just as well.
I already had the desk ID in most
Good,
of these.
thank you.
Factoids are pretty good.
Give him a little bit of T-Rex arms. Look at that. Almost perfectly as tall as it needs to be. No, gross. What? Huh. That was like that the first time. Gov. Oh, because I had the caps lock on. Gov_agent. Illegal_alien. Defense_sphere. Okay. We'll upload those. Not gonna need that anymore. I'm not gonna need that anymore. That I won't need. Okay. No. Square agent. Okay. So that guy has art now. This has. That guy has art now. You want to add more hit and miss texts to these guys. Add a few more hit and miss texts to these guys. I don't know whether I should click on people's private messages or not.
Nah.
Text is the worst thing that could happen, right? But who knows?
You can look at them all after the show.
Just ban them all so they can't win.
Okay. Alright, what is next? Sirius is disappointed in the lack of orcas in the zone so far. What do we need? Let's put in a Clover adventure. You know what? I'm going to draw a... There's got to already be a picture of some smoking wreckage somewhere. I'm just going to make another one. This is going to be so fast I'm not even going to bother moving the camera. Have you had to ban anyone from the chat yet?
I've not been able to watch it close.
Oh.
Apparently Ferdinand is very sick.
Smoke wreck. Okay. Alright. Sorry to stream with my mouth full. Let's add a Clover Adventure in here. Bet you didn't expect that has to be manually typed at the end of every single Clover Adventure in the game. But it does. What was the ID on Space Junk? 7523. Behind a particularly smoldery piece of smoldering wreckage, you find a cache of smoldering junk. What did I just call that? Smoke wreck. 40,000 adventures. I hate trying to come up with titles for non-combats.
Have the Twitch suggest one.
Alright, Twitch chat. What should be the title for the non-combat adventure that you get when you go into this zone with a Clover? Alright, no, I'm letting the chat decide. So whatever lag there is whatever lag there's going to be. Junk in the trunk. There's not really a trunk. It's okay, so somebody suggests close encounter of the whatever kind. Let's say close encounter of the lucky kind, because this is an adventure about luck. Alright, good deal. Now there should be a Clover adventure in this zone. Okay. You acquire 3 space junks. Okay, so what that indicates is that there needs to be a plural of space junk. Piles of space junk. So let's try that again. Give myself another Clover, adventure in that zone again. You acquire 3 piles of space junk. Oh look, there's my hey, hey, hey. That's probably visible to real people, so let's make that stop happening. Who would have thought some unprofessional garbage would get left behind in the code block crash_fart? $45,000 adventures. Now what? So the idea with the space junk is that it is going to be a multi-use crafting ingredient thing, and you unlock it by using the book that the illegal alien is carrying, but in order to be able to use the book that the illegal alien is carrying, you have to be able to speak the alien language, which you get by using a number of those burned government documents. Let's make a random alien nonsense generator, because this is fine now. People are collecting these things. Although, I was thinking about the illegal alien also having a drop that let you periodically go into the spaceship, like a stealth field generator thing. Like that's what that's for, but it consumes the thing when you use it. He should probably be dropping that now. I'm gonna make him drop that now. Let's go in here and give him... No, you know what? Let's do that in a recurring non-combat, because that way we can actually enforce the rarity of it. So let's say that this thing also... No, I can't make it force non-combats if there isn't a non-combat, because then that breaks it. So we're just going to add another non-combat adventure. And it is a non-combat adventure in which you find a dead illegal alien and create a new item. Let's see. Alien stealth field generator. Alien force field disruptor bean. Okay. This one weird bean, harvested by an alien, has been genetically altered to cancel out the effects of alien force fields. And that doesn't need to be, so that can be tradable, and it doesn't need to be usable or anything, because I think that's just going to trigger from having it in inventory. So, 7527. I need to go back and make this non-combat. Has been. See, I told you I was bad at naming things, but that's a pretty good name. 7527. Give item 7527. Near the outstretched hand of a dead alien, you see a cool bean. Cool beans. You know, for content that was going to be in the game forever, we'd spend a little bit more time making it not stupid. Not really. Okay, so now there is a non-combat that will currently happen 0% of the time. But what we can do is we can tell this zone to force non-combat every 12 turns. I like it, 12. Okay, so now what should happen is that when you go through here every 12 or so turns, you will get one of those beans. Space junk. And again, you'd think that I would be able to do this in some way other than just adventuring there 12 times, but I can't. Yep, got another one. Oh, and here you see one of our dev features. Joaquin, who is apparently some Dungeons & Dragons nerd stuff that CD Nerd likes. She's like the goddess of commerce in some pantheon. So she tells us the first time something gets added to the mall whenever it's dropped. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to get into the force field yet because, I mean, you were watching me and I didn't make it so you could. So, it'll start working in a little while. Okay. $61,000 adventures. Let's see. I guess I could draw those items. Man, Riff put so many spoilery things in here because I told him to. You know, this. No, man, why am I so bad at remembering the names of images? Let's just search for cheese. Goat cheese is what we call government cheese. There's some, what are these called? Big glasses, of course. Look at all these other people coming in and working on this stuff. Thanks, team. Space junk I will have to draw. What is this government going to do? Oh, it's booze. Of course. No, it's a potion? No? Who's doing this?
Who's doing what? Government is a potion.
Good. It's an item drop potion. That's a thing people could use. Let us call this beer bottle as an icon. Okay. What do we got piles of? Piles of candy. Elec parts can be what that space junk looks like. It doesn't need, the parts are not going to need multi-use text. That has to go into code. So that's some boring stuff that I'm going to have to do off screen. Weird space book. Okay, so that's usable. All right, what I was going to do was make a weird alien language generator. So word buckets. Let's see. Alien underscore word. Let's see. Now, what we're going to need. We're going to need alien word and alien word 2, because what I want is for there to be things like gleep and for there to be things like nort. So gleep nort seems like a pretty good alien word. What we should do, though, is make it so there is alien vowel, and it's either E, oo. What are some good vowels? There's E and
O.
Oo, O,
I.
okay.
Sometimes Y.
It's a pretty good vowel. I don't think Y is going to work. Okay, so E, oo, O, and I. So then let's say that instead of GLEEP, what we got is alien vowel. And then instead of nort, we got alien vowel in the O. So let's go to the tester here. Okay. Alien word 2. Come on. What? Why don't you have alien vowel? Because I forgot the other percentage. Glopnort, glopnirt, gloopnert, glopnort, gleepnert, gleepnort. Okay, so that's looking pretty good so far. This definitely looks like nonsense. So, alien consonant. Got that. So, we definitely want GL for gleep. We definitely want, and actually this should be alien starter consonant and then consonant 2, because we don't want the words starting with bleep, bleep, and fleep, and then nort, bort,
Do you guys have a cat area?
jort. Yes.
I'm gonna say
Yes. Yeah, it's up. It's in the top shelf of my closet. And jort. Gloop, nort, gloop. No, I didn't put it in the template. So. You wouldn't think we would spend so much time on something like this, which would be wrong. Alright, alien consonant. So, alien consonant, alien word 2, alien consonant 2, gloopneert, glipjort, fleepbert, gleepjeert, bloopbeert, glopnert, glipjert, glipnurt. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Does this work in... Oh, illegal alien, thank you. I forget if this works in... Okay, so then let's make one that's just like alien sentence. And what that is alien word 2. Okay, so we want one of those. And we'll do 3 of those, and then we'll do one with 2 of them, and then one that's just alien word. Okay, so then... Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now these are things that aliens can say, and that's pretty good. So then here's a question. Does this work in an attack message. He screams alien sentence as he fires a tiny ray gun at your... Oops. And he screams alien sentence because he missed. I have no idea if that is actually going to parse. So I will just keep using casts. Yep, he screams glip gloop near flip blurt as he fires a tiny ray gun at your throat. Good. Well, that works. Okay, so I should put quotes around that. So now that that important stuff is out of the way, I'm going to make 86,900 adventures. So this is some of the stuff that I have to do off screen. A lot of the stuff that happens in KOL happens in these code blocks that are just PHP code that gets executed on the fly in a way that you're totally not supposed to do if you ever ask any security guy anywhere. But there is some stuff like using items and things that are still just because of legacy concerns on actual scripts on the server, and I don't want that broadcast. So unless you record this on VHS and you do that like the ring thing where you sort of scrub off to the side and then you can both read the code and then like a fly comes out. I don't remember how to do this. So what am I doing? I'm making it so the book that the guy drops is a thing. Weird space book. 7526. Let's see. What do we need here? If has flag player alien lang, let's say, is less than 5? Sorry you can't see this. It would be real interesting if you could. So we need to make sure that this item does not get consumed on use. So consume equals false. Let's see. So all this should do is say, you can't make any sense of the writing in this book. All it says is stuff like alien sentence and let's see. It's in italics. Message. Alright, I'm going to try to use this item. I don't want... No, do I already have? Do I already have a weird space book? I bet I already have a weird space book. What am I doing? Inventory is where I was trying to get to. I do not have a weird space book. Why don't I keep fighting illegal aliens until I get one, just to make sure that I can. I'm going to use one of these governments. my item drop bonus up a little bit. Why am I getting so unlucky? There we go. Weird space book. I used one. Alright, you can't make any sense of the writing in this book. All it says is stuff like, oh, good, alien sentence and alien sentence, because that didn't work at all. Ah, it is because, again, I forgot that you have to put percent signs after these things as well as before them. Build all, use items, and try to use. All it says is stuff like bloop, boort, bleep, jeert, gloop, nort, and bloop, blip, nort, bleep, jeert. Good. That's what it's supposed to say. Make this look like a book. Okay. And then I need to make it so the government manual fragment. Okay. Alright, you know what I can do is I can push that out. So now you can click on that book to get those weird words. And then make it so reading the government manual, fragment, levels you up in terms of alien language knowledge. 75-20. Let's see. Read fragmentary government document. Can't make much sense of it, but you do gain a small amount of proficiency in speaking an alien language. +1. Alien language skill. Okay. Use items, and then what is this called? Is 7/20. Oh, the items aren't public. Could you mark the items public? Alright, so you're not going to be able. The reason that you can't see any of these items in the mall is because none of them have been marked public. That sucks. Oh. Burned government document. So I made it say that it was giving you +1 alien language skill, but I did not actually make it do anything to track that. Sorry about the chewing. I'll stop when I'm done eating. Alright, those effects are public, so you should be able to look at them now. If you already have them, I don't think that you're going to be able to just, click on it until you log out and log back in, which sucks. 107,238 adventures spent in this crazy zone. Okay. Oh, so I need to actually have this. Let's do that as a permaflag. And then okay, so then let me look at lang. Is that a perm flag? That looks like a perm flag. That is a perm flag. Wayne Gretzky is such a sexy beast. That's what I would like to say in chat. I think that conditional is right. The conditional, a conditional that works on monster level is going to be double weird because monster level is a negative number when you're running plus monster level, and also conditionals are always rejection conditionals rather than inclusion conditionals. So I think everyone thinks that that is wrong, but it is not wrong. Bimar understands. He ran plus ML and got the extra drop. Oh yeah, what is the random titties flag for? I think that's probably that is probably just internally what CD Moyer or I called the flag that randomly selects one of your custom titles. So I think it was random titles, and then it said it looked like titties, so we just made it titties. Because nobody ever sees that until now, when I screw up and leave it on the screen for a long time because I'm having a conversation about something. How do we expose to the player their current level of alien language understanding?
Giant number in the middle of their screen.
Just all the time from now on. You have that perma flag. It just replaces the monster with that. Well, for starters, we can display it when you use another one of the things. Let's see. Your current alien language skill level is alien lang. Close that parenthesis. Okay. Your current alien language skill level is 2. Now it's 3. Now it's 4. Okay. So, and are those things being consumed? I have 6. Yeah, they are, because I had 10. Okay. Those items can now be used on live. Very little of the work that we do requires this process anymore of actually editing code on the dev server and then pushing the scripts out to live. So much of it just happens in those blocks that are sort of live as soon as they're created, which has its own set of problems, but it taking a long time and happening on this monitor over here are not among those problems. Let's see. So if your language is less than 5, else results equals let's see. Using your newly acquired alien language skills, you discover that this is a book filled with various illicit recipes with various illicit alien items, all of which can be made from discarded space junk. It's an alien artist's book, if you will. Okay, so then this gives you the flag alien junk. Alright. So, let's see if that worked. Where did that book go? Weird space book. Okay, so then it should say you can now make items out of space junk. Alright, so now let's actually make that true. Oh man, so much secret stuff is being added to the wiki. 121,000 adventures. Good deal. Oh yeah, did I just screw up and put that picture on the drugs and not the, Okay. Okay, so those need to be multi-usable. Alien drugs can be a pill. Okay, so is that? What do we have that's burned? Nothing. Charred. No, that isn't gonna help. We probably, it seems like we would have like a burnt piece of paper.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, we don't. Well, I'll tell you what. The burning is going to be not pictured. Okay. I think before I make the things that you can craft by multi-using space junk, I'm going to start fleshing out the inside of the ship.
Okay.
Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is go to the bathroom.
Okay.
How's the chat?
That's good.
Have you had to ban anybody yet? See, I told you guys it wouldn't be a big deal. KOL has the best people. And even if random assholes from the internet show up, they immediately become KOL people, and thus the best people. Okay, so let's... I didn't have to poop. If I'd had to poop, I would have said I'm going to go poop rather than I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm honest with you people. You deserve it. Okay, so let's start fleshing out the thing that you can do when you go inside the spaceship. Let's say that the spaceship door looks like that. No. Door? No. That's definitely not it. Let's draw a door. Let's see. Inside the spaceship. Using your, what do we call that? Alien force field disruptor beam.
A lot of people saying that they like that the space book gives the evil spicy noodles eaten leaderboard.
What?
Dude, I don't know.
I mean, Evil Spicy Noodles is the front page leaderboard right now, but what?
Dude, I don't know.
Man, a lot of people messing with me in chat here. Oh, so that's where I was learning how to reload the current page in JavaScript for this little fella right here. Where was I? No, seriously. Dude, no, seriously. There it is. Okay. Let's see. Go into... So, we like 3s. So, let's say head up the grav chute. Ship's basement. That's what they call the downstairs part of a ship, right? Downstairs, head into the kitchen. Okay, so this is a choice adventure, which is how a lot of the narrative stuff in KOL happens. A lot of the things that are not just monsters. How's everything? Is everything working? Did we figure out what the problem with the weird space book is?
It's apparently every usable item.
What? How?
I don't know, it wasn't happening to me.
Every usable item is doing what? It's making it so when you right-click on it...
I don't know. Lots of people talking about it. Including Pantsless.
They're working fine for me.
Yeah, me too.
Well, why don't I just push all use?
So, on live, hitting use in inventory brings up the Evil Night Noodles, Spicy Noodles consumption leaderboard, and that's it.
In the main pane?
Yes. Does not show you if you would like to see it.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. In views is just broken.
Yeah. Well, Chris is doing the thing that I just did. Huh. Wow, what a weird thing.
That's
What would have even caused that to happen? Jeez, sorry everybody. See, this is what happens. Although that wasn't even anything weird in live. That we just do that on a normal Tuesday. Okay. Yep, so that's all fixed now. What the H? Okay. So, let's say that you cannot go down the stairs. Let's say that since these things cost a bean, remove item, player ID, $75.27. Since this costs a bean, shouldn't take a turn. Also, since the thing on the map doesn't say 1, it should not cost a turn. Okay, so let's make ship upstairs, and then we'll make ship basement. And then we'll make ship kitchen. Those are 938 through 936. So let's make an item that is, let's see, we already have night vision goggles in the game, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what we don't have already is government issued vision goggles. What do you suppose that image was called? Envy goggles? Yeah, envy goggles. See, sometimes I get it right. And this is a hat, I guess.
Did almost an accessory.
Okay, well this is an accessory, I guess. Also, that means we don't have to write hat rack behavior for it. Okay, you can only wear one of these, and let's see, this is going to unlock a branch of the non-combat inside the spaceship. Let's see. This lets you see things the way that government men see them, no matter how dark it is. So you want to put some kind of enchantment on them. The other ones were like a minus Moxie plus Moxie substats, I guess, because they look cool, but I don't know. Let's see.
Well, no, you look stupid wearing them, but you...
Wait, you look stupid, but it makes you cool?
Yeah.
You feel cool?
Yeah.
Okay. That's how we justify that. Let's see.
Pairs of...
Sure, why not? You can fix that. Alright, and then I'm going to put that as a drop on the government guy. What? Government issued night vision goggles. Add item. Okay. So those, you might have to buy in the mall. You'll get one eventually, but let's see. Alright, so in the pre-X for this block, it should be consuming the bean. Let's see. $75.27. How many of those do I have? I have 3, so if I run that choice adventure, choice 935. Let's see. And then how many do I have? 3? That didn't work. Damn it. Why didn't that work? Huh. Weird. Did that not work because I didn't save it? Ah, son of a bitch. Thanks, Lazarus.
Do you want to track down the number of super rare drops?
Are they... Mm-hmm. That's not trivial. But... So this is the point in developing stuff like this where I'm like, all right, there's a lot of crap to do, and not all of it is fun. So I should just give up. What was I gonna do? If equipped. So we got 28. The choice adventure that's the inside of the ship. What? No, that wasn't what I meant. Wait, unless I... Good, good. Having a conversation about masturbation and dev. Just to not give people the wrong impression about kind of things that happen in there. What am I doing? What am I doing and why isn't it working? Spoilers. Oh, I put them on the wrong... Okay, so... come on. There we go. Head down the stairs. Alright, so I can't head down the stairs without that stuff on, so I can go into the kitchen, which just locks me up until I force myself out of...
Is the idea for the space junk to make it help?
I don't know. I think the idea is for the space junk or something else to make an outfit, depending on what outfit people want at the time. There's going to be more stuff.
This is something that I could spend a lot.
Yeah, I don't... It's fine. I was gonna make it so you can make a weapon out of it. Space jokes. I was gonna make a gun called a space heater. Because I think of a heater as being a slang term for a gun.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like a space piece.
Space cat.
Alright, I'm all over the place here. Okay, so you can't go down there until you've got the night vision goggles on. So the stuff that's down there should probably be cool, I guess. Let's do the kitchen first. Kitchen is... No, you walk... diagonally to the kitchen.
Do you want to give Mr. Skullhead mod powers in chat?
Sure. Where is he?
It is Mr. Skullhead.
Has he spoken?
Not really something super recent.
There we go. Okay, so the thing that I was going to do in the kitchen is I was going to have 3 different items that you get, just 3 consumables that you get, which vary based on your class type. So So you just use a machine, and then muscle classes get one thing, mist classes get another thing, moxie classes get another thing. So, make those items. What would cook with cheese? How about bread? So, loaf of alien bread. Man. Trying to reuse. No, wow, there's like no... There's gotta be. I have to have drawn like a loaf of French bread at some point. Don't I have to have? Like dwarf bread is just like a weird disc. Okay, well, I guess I'll draw that. Let's see, so loaf...
Stale baguette.
Hey, look at that. That looks like a loaf of bread.
Twitch is suggesting that you could interrogate the sandwich and it would become a grilled cheese sandwich.
That's pretty funny. Okay, so loaf of alien bread is a thing that you get in there. Do you want to make that food on its own the way that cheese... It should maybe be a little bit better because it's a thing that requires that 1 every 10 turns bean and a class-specific thing, although it should cook with the thing to make a grilled cheese. Let's make a new one.
So what class can I get that loaf?
Mist classes. Let's see, this is some alien bread that has been vigorously interrogated by government cheese for freedom. Okay, so then that is some food. Alright, so mist classes get an ingredient in there to make a sandwich out of. What do muscle classes get?
Something to make a weapon out of, or into a weapon, or
Let's
does
say...
it have to be consumable?
Yeah, I want it to be consumable. Let's say it's an item called muscle consumable. The other one is an item called mox consumable. Okay, so in there... Kitchen sends you to 938. Use the replicator or leave. Pick up the phone booth or die. So if you leave, goes back to choice equals 935. Since you can't stand the heat or the same joke being told over and over and over, you get out of the kitchen. So let's see if that works. Head into the kitchen. No! God damn it. Why did that take me there? Do I keep changing this and then not saving it? Is that what I keep doing? Head into the kitchen. Choice. Yes, I think it is what I keep doing. I just did these in the wrong order. Hey, I'm in the kitchen. So I can leave the kitchen and go back in there, and I can go back into the kitchen. Okay. And what we want out of the replicator is... for that to respond to the class type that you are. Case 1. 7531. is Mist class. 3 is a Moxie class, and what was that, 7529? No, 29 is Mist class, 32 is Mox class. Hot stuff, what would you make these consumables do?
Do you want them to be...
I guess the Moxie one can be booze, or it can be something that...
I like booze.
Yeah. Should it cook with something? I mean, like, should it cocktail craft with something, or should it just be a good booze item that you get out of there?
It could be like rocket fuel, which is both alcoholic and cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool to drink.
What class am I? I am a Postomancer. Okay. Let's make me not that anymore. Let's be a Seal Clubber. Go to the kitchen, press the button, it gives me a muscle consumable. Are you making that booze? Okay. Alright, so I think that's all the kitchen is going to do.
Everything you make has kitchens in it.
I know.
There's a lot of kitchens in this game.
Use the secret computer.
Is it a kitchen and not a galley? Because it's a spaceship.
I don't know, man. Aliens are weird. It's a kitchen. Nobody knows what the word galley means. It's like, what is it abaft of? They don't know. They're not sailors. Oh, you can make the booze port. There is already an item called Space Jam. I know. I run into that all the time. 200,000 adventures spent. Right. We keep forgetting to make items public. Alright, I made all those items public. Okay. Is it a dick move to put a skill book in here if it's a skill book that people can get one every 10 turns and trade? I don't think so either. I was thinking just some minor, like just a passive, like +3 max MP or something. Like something that... Five? But I mean something that you have to, something that's not broken but you have to have it, right? That's... Okay. So that is what's going to be down here. When you use the computer, let's see, when you leave,
there's universal excitement about a skill book.
okay. Yeah, so you'll get to see all the weird... No, you won't. All of the janky shit that I have to do to make a skill book work is all over on this monitor.
Is it okay if the muscle consumable is like a protein powder type of thing that is a spleen item?
What, a spleen item? Yeah, that's fine. That's probably what I would have suggested.
So it's just a usable.
So using this computer is just going to give you a bunch of stats based on your alien language skill and a skill book if it's high enough. How many stats should it give you? Those things, the government guys drop them, one each. People may have already banished. Probably people aren't using a lot of banishers until they know which things are going to be valuable. But let's say every 10 turns you can go into this thing and get like 3 to 5 substats of every stat per unit. So that'll get crazy for the people for whom it's crazy. It's uncapped.
Sure.
But like that's fine, right? That's fine.
This is, yeah, it's fine.
No idea if that's going to work. No, it's not. It doesn't even have the right number of parentheses. Damn it. Programming, am I right? Let's see. That doesn't seem like the right amount. Alien Lang, I've got 6. So what that should have done was not given me 4. Oh, min, max. Every single time I need to use either min or max in some arithmetic, I pick the wrong one. Every single time. This is 1 or your flag value, whichever is higher. And for whatever reason, min always seems like the function that I'm supposed to use there. Because it's that value, or a minimum, of 1. If I'm trying to enforce a minimum, I use max, and if I'm trying to enforce a maximum, I use min, and that's what confuses me. Also the fact that I'm basically an untrained and terrible programmer. 24. That seems better. 24 is the right kind of number. So this should, with 6, it should be giving me 18 to 24. Right. I'm going to call that good. Let's see. then, I'm sure I have an item one up, right? Alien skill book. So those have to be usable and tradable, and then alien skill book used, which have to be not tradable or discardable, but still usable. Let's see, and then the skill. And I'll figure out what the skill is in a minute. Let's make this choice actually work. Let's say that you have to have 11 alien language skill to get the skill book out of there. Let's give myself language 11, go into this choice, use the secret computer, so I get a bunch of every stat and I get a skill book. And that is pretty cool. And I can get another skill book, and that's great. Okay. You can tell by this list over here which curse items and joke things I have not bothered to make myself immune to, because those are the ones that I always have every minute that I'm logged onto the game. So I think I might open this up. I might open up the non-combat as soon as these things are implemented, but before I do the top part, because that's going to be the sort of unfolding of the second stage of the event. Not be permed by default, he said in the chat. The alien language skill does not reset on Ascension. I know that makes it more abusable, but it also makes it friendlier to people who do want to do some crazy bullshit where they ascend a bunch of times. Okay. As soon as the skill... Let's just make the skill. So this is a generic skill, meaning that it is not attached to a particular class. This... for a while during the skill revamps, we had two different versions of this spindler, where we had a set of skills that were operating on the dev server and a set that were on the live. Now we're back down to only one, so it doesn't super matter. Let's go to alien source code. DNA is shot through computer code from an advanced alien civilization. So I think that is called max MP bonus. 5. Let's see. No, I'm going to actually test that by using the item, because if I just give myself the skill, then I won't be able to make sure that the item works properly. What is that item? The item is 7533. Find one of these that has a used version. There we go. So that item is 7533, and the used version is 7534, and then the next one is 7534, and the used version is also 7534. This needs to grant a skill 0, 115. And it should probably not tell you a story about Ebenezer Scrooge. The real secret of KOL's development is that we spend a lot of time just sitting around not talking and typing and staring at things. Okay, so maybe that worked. Okay, Alien Skill Book. Alien Skill Book. So it's currently discardable, so that's not a great sign, but you acquire a skill, alien source code, maximum MP plus 5, and you get an alien skill book used. Okay. Did I actually get that alien skill book used? Why is that alphabetized differently? Wow, weird.
Because of the
I don't know what I'm sorting by.
brackets.
No, they both have brackets. Okay. I thought that we had something somewhere that was drawn as a thing that's printed out on dot matrix paper. Let's search for tractor. See what items have tractors in them. No. Guess I didn't describe it as tractor feed. I also spend a lot of time just switching back and forth between tabs because I forget whether I closed them or not. Alien source code printout. Alien source code printouts is fine. So that one's not tradable, it is public. You made that non-discardable. Good. Okay. this train up, figure out where we were. Oh, you know what? I need to change desk item to know that that item gives that skill. There's 7533 maps to 115, and so there's 7534. Because again, skill books are a thing that we do a lot of, but they don't exist in any sort of formal way as a type of KOL item. Spleen items work like that too. And they're a thing that we should have generalized a long time ago and made as though they were a thing like food or booze, but we just didn't. And every time we want to make one, it's easier to just hard code it with the other ones than it is to redo that whole system. Alright, chat, what am I giving this choice adventure as a title for the basement of the spaceship? Basement. Thank you, Hoodoodle.
Crawl space is pretty fun too.
Okay, so hey, our 2,500,000th account was signed up for today. Alright, so head up the grab chute, that shouldn't work. Head into the kitchen, takes me to the kitchen, which is implemented. Head down the stairs. Seems like it's only going to work with the... Wait, let's head into the kitchen and do the thing. And then use the issued night. I play this fun game where I try to figure out how little I can type of the name of an item and have the game still recognize the item to give it to me. I guess that's a game that you guys can play in mall searches, but it's not one that you can play by arbitrarily generating items via chat command the way that I do. Let's see. Equip Y1 issued N. Okay. Y1 is the shortest string that you can type that matches accessory 1 in the /equip command. And that's the thing you can play with. So, then if I go into this choice, head downstairs. Use the secret computer, and I get all that shit, including that item, so that's pretty good, I guess. I think that I can plug this in now. Oh, yes. Hamusuta points out in the Twitch chat that they can play that game with a /count command. You know what, I'm just going to say that... Let's see. This can be sandwich. No? Come on. Sandwich. Fuck. Me, 10 years ago, was a real asshole. Just reuse some art for those too. Guess I should draw stuff. Sauce Sage says, "Lol, we know KOL better than Jick." You certainly do. Everybody who plays KOL knows a lot more about it than I do. Yes, I did make it so you get the used copy of it, and you know, I think that it is time to make this a thing. So crash _ship. Let's see. If you don't have the item 7527. 7527. If you don't have that item, then you get this results else. you have a bean? Just make sure. No? Oh, I ran that choice so many times that I don't have any more beans. No, I do have a bean. You have a bean. Okay. So then what that actually needs to do is it needs to start choice 935. Okay. Okay, so that seems to have worked, and the thing is now live. Cannonfire suggests that punchcard.gif might be a better image for those things. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Alright, rocket fuel just needs... Let's say that rocket fuel has a can that was branded by the Red Minotaur people. And the last thing in there that is unimplemented is this alien protein powder. This is, oh shit. 3 spleen, 8 to 10 adventures. Okay. So that's another thing that I have to manually code that you cannot see. Booster. Okay, so 7531. I'm really glad that you guys can't see this because it's embarrassing. Alright, so give me 15 of those powders. Oh shit. Shit, crap. Okay, I need to make that, because I wasn't planning on letting you go back to the main part of that choice adventure. Okay, stay out of there for a second, guys. Okay, we need to remove the item in this code here. Now, especially stay out right now. And then we need to get rid of the removing the item there. Because sorry guys, going in and out of the kitchen consumed more of those beans. Okay. Oh man, somebody brought me some deviled eggs.
Spicy.
Where'd they come from?
Whole Foods. Ooh.
Hey, somebody brought me some deviled eggs and then they ate one of them. That's not the same as bringing me deviled eggs. What am I supposed to do with 1.5 eggs worth of deviled egg? Eat it and enjoy it and be appreciative that you brought me some food? Thanks. Protein powder. Alien protein powder.
Are you aware that the ship is taking away all of the beans?
Yes, I have just fixed that. Brancliffe's talking about Cotton Eye Joe. I approve of that. I think that I did everything on this spleen item except declare how much spleen it takes up, and I don't remember what the default is. 75, 31, item cost equals 1, yeah, so I need to make this. Alright, so then I need to make sure, well, those items should be made multi-usable, which is a thing that we always forget. So let me try to use 9 of them. Let's see, too much alien protein powder is bad for your spleen, that much. So I have to hard code this list of every spleen item to whether it says too much of this and that much, or too many and that many, because there's not really any way to do it. It doesn't depend on whether the item is like singular or plural, it depends on whether it's quantifiable or not. So that's annoying. Here's what I'm going to do to make up for that bean issue. For the next like 15 minutes, I'm going to hand out twice as many beans. So let's do a bean every 6. Remind me in like 15 minutes to change that back. Oh, come on! I guess I did say I didn't want an odd number of deviled eggs. To eat both of these at the same time and stop you from... Okay.
Spammer in the Twitch chat.
No such skill. Skill is public. Oh, I kind of like that spammer. He had some real content. It wasn't like he was just saying the same thing over and over again. Okay. Let's close some of these tabs. Yeah, the skill book is not yet implemented because I have not pushed that out yet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think those are all right. All right. Pushing. I'm getting a good pile of messages. I'm going to have to answer those. I'm going to have to look at them at some point because they're just going to fill up the entire chat. Yeah. Okay. Now what? What is currently unfinished. There's nothing to make out of the space junk, but I'm waiting until the sort of next phase there. Uh-oh. Database connection errors. Man, that's not cool. I don't know how it is that even though computers have gotten so much better and everything has gotten faster and we supposedly have more capacity, that we actually have less capacity than we ever have. I probably have emails from Geff Intertron, but I'm not going to check my email. It's broadcast. Alright, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, actually. I'm still not pooping.
We can make the trouble face and hot stuff show.
Zach, I don't think you actually gave double beans.
Not like giving 2 of them, it's happening twice as often.
Oh, it's happening twice as often.
Yeah, the non-combat is forced every 6 turns instead of every 12.
I see. Okay.
Yep. Alright. Anything on fire?
Wow, the stream is like...
328,325 adventures.
Not.
Okay. So the next step is to make the upstairs of the ship do something. I bet we've used the flag Space Quest before. No? Space Odyssey. That's probably from the... somebody gave me a custom title.
Aww.
No? No, I guess we haven't. Alright, so you gotta talk to that guy. That guy I met up and didn't tell you about yet. Talk to him and that will give you that quest flag at 1. So, don't have that. Pantsless says there's some...
Yeah.
Well, this is awkward.
Yeah. Can we fix that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't look at it without...
Pantsless PM'd me about it if you want to read it.
Sure. You guys' secrets. Can you ask Pantsless if that's fixed now? Hmm?
Hmm?
I should actually draw that alien because he's going to be a real guy.
He says it's fixed. Subject to Thangorla.
Oh, Kevin, can you do whatever dumb shit has to be done with sandpaper to make the... Wait, no. No, you don't have to, because there cannot possibly be anyone who permed this before used books became a thing. Have we been doing that? I don't remember. God. Because of the recipes.
Yeah, I don't know.
God damn it. Just see if we did it with the last used skill book.
No,
Jesus.
we did not. We stopped after the
I guess I will draw a computer. And probably something for the kitchen. Pantsless says people are wondering if the stuff will all vanish at rollover or if they'll have another day or so to play in it. My current plan is that I will probably stick around until an hour or two after rollover. So people who want to play with it another day's worth of turns after rollover can. I can't make any promises about how much action there's going to be on the stream because I'm already getting kind of tired.
You could just make hot stuff do dances.
So that bug that you're talking about in the Twitch chat, it was a way that something would, if we accidentally put something in that lets people spend turns even when they have 0 turns, it still burns off Ronin. So we need to make sure that that can't happen.
You seen that SRAND warning on non-combats?
No. Well, I mean, I saw you post it. I didn't see it happen.
It shows up for me on
Any non-combat?
combat in that zone.
Just in the zone, huh?
Well, so far.
Hmm.
I guess we're checking the zone.
What is like any normal non-combat or like a flag crash interest 0? Oh, I need to make that. Why do I keep forgetting what I called that file? Smoke wreck.
Bar says disable double beam.
Yeah, it's any non-combat anywhere.
Weird. Huh. I'm not getting it.
Yeah, what I've got.
What's the, you probably gave me the line number.
6810.
Okay. Huh. Did you do something weird with your rollover number or something?
I don't know. It's possible I've been logged in for days. Log back in.
Oh, I should get rid of those notes on protein counter. Done. I will leave double beans up for 10 more minutes. Wow, spec cused. Boy, that was more typos than you'd normally get in 10 letters. Thank you, P-Gun. Yeah, boy, people really expected to get 2 beans at a time when I said I was going to double them. Oh, I see. Somebody's just signing up for accounts that are the entirety of the lyrics of Never Gonna Give You Up and PMing me with all of them.
Man, they're cool.
See, that's pretty good. Thank you. See, this is what happens because I don't want people to see the contents of the PMs. People are putting whatever text they want to go out on the stream in the that was not what I meant at all. Yeah, the name's that was also not what I meant at all. What the hell? How hard is it to remember a number? Okay, so that's good. So, we talk to this guy. Let's put the art in here first. This has probably got to be making a lot of people wince. And this is just the classic KOL non-combat art where you look at it and you think, what is that? Alien guy. Ship door. Alien computer. Replicator. That's what this is. It's a replicator. Duh. So, okay, picture on there. Although there is still no name.
Did you mean for the kitchen to take adventures?
I didn't.
It does not.
Yeah. I didn't mean for any of it to take adventures. I just fucked up the main one.
I see.
Alien pewter. Okay. Replicator. Sure. This is not the right way to do this. The thing that I am doing right now. You want to make it?
I will.
Seriously not. I didn't know this was going to be so long, or I wouldn't have done it as a series of additions to this variable. Stay in the room. Oh, right, because I took away my language. Burned. The real question about these government manual fragments is, how'd they get burned? 3. Why are those quest items? Why is that not working? Oh, probably because I gave myself a normal version of the flag instead of a permanent version of the flag. That causes all kinds of problems. And if you press the orange button,
it's being suggested that you minimize Paint Shop Pro so that you can see the adventure.
Covering up, yeah, wow. Sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention to my preview of the stream.
Also, you should undo double beans.
Alright, no more double beans. You'll notice as I'm writing this stuff that I put 2 spaces after every sentence, like a gentleman. I'm down to 9 visible lines of chat.
I think maybe it's time to clear some of those.
Okay, so that one should kick you out, and then when I do it again, it should not. No, it does. Yeah. I don't think the chute is broken. I think that it's just unimplemented. And that's because it's not ready to go yet. Jeez. Okay. I mean, they're saying that because I just tried to go up it, not realizing that it was undone. So then that stays in there. He still says the right thing. So that's good. I can't leave, so I'll go to the kitchen, get that protein powder. Thank you, Riff.
Wow, almost 500,000 adventures.
I used to look like a lot more of a hippie than I do now. Image 42069. Man, I just made a joke about 49 or 69 420. And this, hang on, I just wrote. All right. So, what firing that gun into the ground does is it is going to open up an additional zone. So I guess I need to make all that stuff now. Maybe I'll just draw it first. Government issued goggles are apparently really good for hardcore PvP or something.
Cool.
Yeah. And yeah,
super long name.
Yeah, super long name.
I'm being told there's a sweet hack where you can just reload your browser tab and all of your PM tabs will go away.
What?
I don't know. Does Jick know that refreshing will remove all those tabs?
I bet they will. Wow. I want to read them though. I don't want to, like, there's going to be no way to read them if I don't look at them now, because, I mean, I can.
Last.
Yeah, but that's limited to some amount. I'm just going to sweep it off the screen and read it in a minute. But I should work on this other thing first. Oh, right. Hey, you guys. Ramekin of nuts. Alright. Now that's a crater full of space beasts.
People want to know what kind of pen you're using.
I am using the Pilot Precise V5. This is the only choice.
You're also down to no lines of chat being visible on this.
Oh, good. I was wondering what would happen.
Is it too late to add the title to this broadcast?
I just don't know how. Like, I'm logged on to Twitch to be in the chat, but this broadcast software didn't give me like a field to fill out. Yeah, 3 is enough. If I do this again, I do need to figure out how to actually zoom in on this to where it's visible.
Scully says he's going AFK, but you can't read it.
Alright. Is there room? Sure there is. Let's go up by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, actually, what it needs is to just cover that up. Although, those spaces are going to overlap a little. Let's try to scoot that over as much as I can.
Are you editing the original image? What are you doing?
I'm trying to make this thing that I can overlay on the background. So you see this bullshit kerning? It's not okay. I'll leave that tea alone for a while. It'll probably actually look quite a bit better. Okay. Well, now I can't do anything with the chat at all. So. Crash that. I gotta deal with some of these PMs. Aw. A lot of people being nice. A lot of people just deliberately filling up the chat window. Oh, thanks, Cirrus.
Everyone wants you to be dramatically reading them out loud.
Jowlin says, there goes your screen. Green72 says, Dear Jick, I hope you have plans to do like 2 radio shows answering questions about the backend tools. This stuff is crazy interesting. Sure. Nick2 says, Hi, as I think you're doing great. I am enjoying the stream. It is super cool. Well, thank you. Pantsless says, Hi, Jick. I'm also PMing you. I like your game. Thanks, Pantsless. Game Man says, Game inspired me to get into game design. Good job, Game Man. We're No Strangers to Love says, Hi, Jick. You know the rules and so do I says, Hi, Jick. Gotta make you understand. I'm guessing these are all just gonna be hi, Jick. Yep. Alright, so well. Yep. Yep. Good. PM Rickrolling. Sanduiche de Bucheta says, Hey. XXX Girls 1-800 Call Now says, $15 a minute. Krimko says, Stream is great success. Kevjo says, no spam, please. No, he says, more spam, please. Diabolico says, I want to be on TV too. X420 XXX 69 XXX Hinchman Bob XXX X69 XX says, apparently whispering you is the cool thing to do. Mostly I was just curious about how much screen real estate my name took up. Cannonfire40 says, this is text because I want to appear on the stream. Well, you appear on the stream just chatting. Clubman of Doom is reminding me that I have some PMs. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Riff says he loves that the Rickroll accounts caught 2.5 million. I don't. Ajoxer says, Jick, I wish to make a statement about the nature of reality in life. Yeah, I can't close these PMs fast enough for them to not come in. For me to sentence correctly, either. Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay, good. Wolfschlegelsteiner Hausenberg says, my turn. Burnjob 420 says, 420, 69, 666. Yeah, see, this is what happens when I read them, is more of them come in faster and faster and faster. Okay. Yeah, I give up. I give up. There's just no more chat. Sorry, Burnjob 420, last one. Anyway. Oh good, now people in Dev are issuing Twitch Plays Pokemon commands. We have fun. This new zone needs a monster. Oh man, creeping up on 500,000. Fine, I'll just start. I'll read them on the stream fast enough. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. You have a voice for radio, but a face for film. Well, thanks. Sylvanite says, look, Ma, I'm on Twitch. Yes, you are. Jordan Slayer says, I am famous now. Chance McDonald says, thank you for the very fun and interesting live stream. This is the most fun I've had since Crimco. Well, thank you. Zaryache, this is cool, Jake. Thanks. Wax says, I literally cannot stop sucking dicks. Alright, I think maybe somebody got a hold of Wax account. Philby says, ha, guess, whoa. Okay, that's more. Jesus Christ. This is, I am almost sure, a picture of someone's dick, so I'm not going to click on it. RPD234 says, you're the best around. No one's ever going to keep you down, Jick. Silent Tristero says, Jick. Yes, Silent Tristero. Mundane says, thanks for doing this. This is an awesome idea. Good. It's really surprisingly successful so far. Jaw bruisers were totally worth it. Yeah, that is why. You lost your beans because you jaw bruised me. Okay. Bellandango says, hi. Hi, the amazing Mr. Toothpaste. Thank you for the space junk, Jick. Cheese Southwest. Hey, hey, hey! You recognize the hey, hey, hey block was still in the code right after I sent this. Never mind then. Wow, these are so old. This seems like so long ago. Click on me, says cheesecake. Nope, because you spelled wrong.
You spelled wrong.
Yeah. Hammered says, this retired programmer is enjoying watching a dev at work. It's been 12 years. Yeah. And it's been 12 years since I learned anything. Okay. Take a little, I know, Matt. I know that reading the PMs live is just going to make more people do it. But also not reading them was making more people do it. Why don't I use the restroom again, and then I will start making the monsters and stuff for this new zone, and then kind of, I don't know, fill in some gaps. Oh man, 499866, 500,006 adventures spent in this new cool thing that just got made today right in front of you and everybody. Hooray!
I think we broke it.
Gom Fury says, would you like some egg and sausage with your spam? Sam Squanch says, I'm part of the problem. Scowwen says, seriously, thank you for doing this. You're welcome. KLNBR says, after having played KOL for almost 10 years, learning how it's made has been an incredibly exciting experience. Thanks for taking the time to do this. Well, thanks for taking the time to watch. Tom the Dancing Bug says, rage fart. Good. Pansorama says, never gonna give up on chat, Dick. Okay. BG Slave, why did you cut your hair? I'm trying to grow my hair out, but all I can get is a Jufro. Saganoko9, thanks for all your hard work. Love the stream, love the game. Keep up the amazing work. Okay. Alright. See, I can't do this fast enough. Mad Trickster says, something, let's run this shit into the ground. Gom Fury says, maybe some potato waffle would aid your digestion.
What?
Ashton says, do you play Android Netrunner? I have played like 5 games of Android Netrunner, and I like it. Pastry Woman says, can we get a souvenir for this? You can get all kinds of souvenirs for this. Every item that drops in the zone is a souvenir of this experience. I don't think Riff plays Netrunner. I've never seen Riff play Netrunner. Riff's never talked about playing Netrunner. Okay. A crater full of space beasts, he said. Create new monster. Seems like a gimme. Space beast. Eye. Torso. Leg. Space beast. Space beasts can be ladies. Category beast. These guys can drop a bunch of meat. What's a bunch of meat?
200-ish.
204. Let's see.
You did not just put 204.
I did.
Oh,
I know.
Jesus.
Who am I? Scale. These guys can be harder. These guys can still scale a little tougher than you. Initiative 50. The fuck does that mean? I don't even know. Numbers are all handled by the scaling. I got those drawn, right? Somewhere. Somewhere. No. Yeah, there we go. Bah. Space fur. Alright, now let's see if I can remember or figure out how having a monster with multiple pictures works. I think I call it Space Beast 1, Space Beast 2, Space Beast 4. Just kidding. 3. And then I think that if I do this 3 in brackets, that just works. Let's find out. Oh, god damn it. If I fight a space beast, which I can't because I can't actually see my chat. There you go. I can just operate in a narrower space here. that seems to have worked. Hey, look, multiple pictures. See, this is why I don't want to make a mobile version of the game, is because look at this garbage. This is 5 times as big as your phone, and it still looks like this. Just saying. Okay. Oh, also, this is what happens when I run away. So, right. This guy can drop his fur. Where do we put this? Do we make it so you fight a finite number of these and then a boss? Let's make it so you fight a finite number of these and then a boss.
Okay.
And they just drop fur at 100%. So each person that goes through this gets 10 gear pieces worth of fur if we decide to do gear recipes out of these. Okay. Oh, I should actually make the fur. Okay. Space Beast Fur. Space fur. This is a hide covered with fur evolved to protect its bearer from the complete lack of temperature in space. I don't think that's how temperature works, but that's fine. So that's tradable. Make it undiscardable. Again, we got 100% Space Beast Fur. When you kill this guy, it should ink Space Beast kills by 1. Let's see if it does. I will kill him. Then, Space Beast kills. It is 1. Space Beast kills is 2. Hooray! Okay, so the condition for this guy to occur is now if kills is greater than 11, found 1 equals false. So this is also a thing that causes problems all the time. In a conditional to reject an adventure or a monster, you have to set the variable found 1 equals false, and to reject an item, you have to set the variable found equals false. And the only reason that I remember that is because we screw it up all the time. Let's save that. Alright, so if I say flag Space Beast kills 12, I should get an error when I try to adventure.
I'm gonna make the fur unpickable.
Yes, I'm fighting a tumbleweed. Okay, so fighting a tumbleweed is what happens if you go to fight and it rejects every monster that's available in the zone. So this, yeah, you get to fight 11, not 10. I did that on purpose. If you then try to go in here with fight boss. Only allow a flag Space Beast kills set to 11. You would fight boss here. Exclude if flag Space Quest is equal to 3. Okay. So. No, come on. Why is that not working? Oh, because did I set it to... Yes, because I set it to 12. So it will never get to 12. Alright, you would fight boss here. Okay. That looks good. Space boss. Space Beast. Matriarch. has an eye, a torso, leg, a claw. The is her article. She. So she scales to much tougher than you. She is still a beast. She is a boss, which makes it so like auto kills and a bunch of other stuff won't work against her. She should have 100%. It's still not how that works. 100% drop rate. Space beast boss drop, which is not discardable, not tradable. Should be not pickpocketable. What should this lady drop? Hot stuff.
Some sort of pet rock hatchling. Some furry pet rock.
Huh.
Like
A familiar?
Like a tribble.
Really?
They're already trouble.
I think that would upset.
You think so?
I think so. I think if it's a thing that you can only get one of, I would not do a familiar. I think that would make people.
Okay.
I think that would make people sad. I would probably.
It could be a familiar that replicates itself.
Okay, that's true. That's true. It could be. Yeah, you're right. That's fair enough. If it's a familiar that 1 out of every 10,000 turns shits out its own egg.
Yeah.
10,000?
Yeah, had to be there. Otherwise, you gotta get lucky. Okay. I should draw a Space Beast boss. Since this is limited, it is important that it be done right before we launch it, I think. That's good. This is terrible, but it's as good as it gets.
People are telling you to make it cool.
Make it cool. Get a little weak. Why would she have a ramekin of nuts?
Twitching egg. That's good.
Set properties to make sure that the image shows up correctly because it's a weird sized image. And it's got a little fleck in it.
Any grift to it anyway.
Do you want to make the hatchling and the familiar and everything?
Sure.
Height of the space beast matrix. Okay, so that looks good. Description. Oh, right. She should not have factoids. I think that does it. Alright. On defeating her, she needs to set Space Quest to 3. And then, when I try to adventure in the crater... Wait, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Space Beast kills... Why is Space Beast kills 12? Come on. Why are you doing that? I mean, it's because I just keep killing that one and it goes from 11 to 12, but why is it occurring? Oh, because it's supposed to occur. No. Okay. Alright, so then we need a super likely for when Space Quest is equal to 3, which just doesn't take an adventure and says there's nothing left in the crater now that you've killed all of the things that were in the crater after creating the crater in the first place. Cratered. I hate naming those. Okay. Well, that's where this Rickroll thing just keeps getting funnier. So this is a thing that you can see that I'm pointing at on the screen, because that element in the place exists in a space larger than the background. The nested tables that thing is in don't respect that, and so it starts blocking out part of the background. Anyway, I thought it was interesting. Okay, so starting the boss fight works. Let's see. We need to be able to talk to the guy. Oh, right. She needs combat messages. That's still not the right one. I still can't do that. 36, okay. Okay, so that fella needs to... So if Space Quest... Huh, what did I do there? I think I just made... No. 1, and then it gets to 2. Space Quest equals 2. No, it's less than 3. No, that's not how that should work at all. Okay. So it equals 3, which means you've killed her. You did it, buddy. Hey, remember that time you helped us? That was great. Okay, so that's working. That should probably be replaced with some real writing, though. Not that this isn't funny. I guess her drop should be a thing. I mean, right now it's just like an unimplemented item. You know, this is rough, actually. It needs to be the tradable version of it. I mean, I guess the egg can just be tradable. Right. I mean, I had kind of imagined that you had to be here and fight the boss to get the familiar natively, which would then require it to be a different item. You know,
do that.
We could.
Although, but they would both have to create the familiar.
Yeah, well, one of them would just become the other one, right? Which was untradeable, which is fine. Let's just not do it that way. Like, let's just have it. Let's just have it be tradable. You can get Rift to do it. What's it gonna do?
It's a pet rock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's just like a little dribble thing, basically.
That's boring.
Well, I mean, it's also familiar that most people won't have, so I think that's fine.
What's left here? I mean, I think we can let people into this. That things are dropping, right? And not too many of them, and
a lot of people are saying pet rock is boring.
yeah, I agree that pet rock is boring. Just make it do something in combat. I'll just make it do something in
like
combat.
starfish? What is it? What are the triples?
It doesn't have to be
do?
like important, right? It's just, but it should do something.
What do the triples do? They restore MP, right? So
I don't remember.
what if the little familiar bro is like a starfish guy?
Can I make this live? Jesus Christ. A lot of people spending a lot of swagger on puppet strings. I thought there already was a stench starfish. I thought we were out of elemental starfishes. Oh. Well then, great. Misspelled synesthesia. Synesthesia. Really? Synesthesia is the British version. Google does not. Google. Chrome is Google. Doesn't say that it's wrong with an E. Okay, cool. Gross, trouble face. Okay, is there any reason not to make this live?
The new familiar.
Not the familiar, but I mean, it's as long as you don't. Is the item actually a familiar hatchling at this point? Okay.
And it just isn't. It's just not implemented fully yet. Or public.
Yeah. Okay. Let me set up a name generator for it. What's the familiar ID?
182.
Okay. It's fine to roll it out without it doing anything, just not without it being anything. Yep, I am the fring thing. Yeah, let's see if it worked. Well, that didn't work. Oh, because it's not alien word 1. It's alien word. So really it did work. Try again. Most people can't do this. Okay. So I should make that. What is it? Slash title case? We've got all these things that we can do. Oh, in fact, I should fix that. Word buckets. Alien sentence should always start with a capital letter. Jeez. Okay. Alright. Flipnurt. Okay, good deal. No effects doesn't work if it's capitalized. Okay, so it gets the... It becomes the familiar, so... It's got a name, it's not like discardable or anything, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I think...
It's not the furry pavilion rock anymore. I mean, the familiar itself doesn't have a name, like it is currently just
Okay.
no picture.
Riff will do it.
Okay.
But it's fine for it to be unfinished. It's just it can't be unimplemented, right? Like it's fine for people to pull it out and it doesn't do anything until we make it do something. It's just like not. We don't want somebody to use it and then not have the familiar because it wasn't ready to go. Yes. I think this is ready. I think that flag is there. Then we need the zone to be public. And then we need you to be able to go upstairs in the grab chute. So, head up the grab chute. Alright, I can talk to the guy. Oh, there are not factoids for the normal space beasts. Oh, there are. Look at that. Somebody's on the ball. Make all the items public. Thank you, Dat Navi. It's not a fucking ramekin of nuts. There's no reason for it to be a ramekin of nuts. I'm gonna waste that joke on this. It's my most hilarious joke. Well, Space Beast fur. Somebody's in there. Oh shit, that's a good question.
What's the question?
Is 11 beasts enough to guarantee all 3 factoids? How do we...
It doesn't matter, it'll be copyable.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's probably gonna... You can probably break this quest right now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because if you fax one, you can screw up your flag and not be able to fight the boss. So let's say, so instead of requiring this to be Space Beast skills equals 11, we'll just say that if it is less than 11, we reject it. Hell, maybe that works. Oh, and it also just says you would fight boss here. So, that's probably less satisfying than actually letting them fight the boss. 1589. Cool. Okay. Okay, so beat her. Okay, so I think that works. Yeah, they point out in dev that the beasts are puttyable. Apocalypse Throb suggested insanely spicy alien force feed disruptor bean burrito.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, so I think that is... No, RNG hate me, had fun. I wasn't pooping! You guys, it takes me a really long time to poop. You would know if I was pooping because I would be gone until rollover. Yep, King Bobson out of the first twitching space egg to them all. Alright. So, that is the structure of it, I think. So now we should just make some more little souvenir-y, craftable things for people to do. And what I was going to do is I was going to make it so... Okay. Either the space junk will be multi-use craftable into an outfit that gives you the avatar of the illegal alien guy, or we will make an outfit out of craftable gear from the Space Beast fur that will give you an avatar that makes you look like the Space Beast. And I was going to let people vote on that. How does that sound? But I need to make it so people can vote on that. So,
The egg is not working.
is it just because the familiar is not public?
Yes.
So it doesn't it's not consuming it, right? It's just because the familiar is not public.
I mean, it's just
Sure. I mean, it's not going to do anything even when it is public, so...
Riff is still writing that anyway.
Well... Wait, Space Beak Matriarch is repeatable? How? She gives you...
Riff.
What?
The familiar equipment.
Is it a fart joke?
No.
Damn it.
What am I doing? She sets Space Quest equal to 3. And the thing is excluded. Okay, how are people fighting this boss more than once? And how do we stop it? Okay, we need, this needs to get fixed, right now, so can we look into it?
I can.
You can't get the fight non-combat. It excludes on Space Quest equals 3. Oh, because after you go turn it in... Okay, son of a bitch. Because I changed that. Or... Alright, god damn it. Yeah. So I shouldn't do this in a hurry. Okay, and again, this needs to not be Space Quest equals 3, so I just fucked this up. I thought that 3 was going to be the last flag value of the quest. Anyway, so... Better logic. Damn, that's noisy. Gunmage says, hey, great job. RNG, he ate me says space junk. Pay to Fly says, ooh, this is cool. I think that the Space Beast is going to win in a landslide. But I said that I would give them the vote. Hey, it's damned fish. Let's see. Choice 939. Oh man, this pen is dead. Space Beast Matriarch destroyed my pen. Luckily, I have another one. This one's kind of broke dick. Okay. Okay, so I think I'll just put vote. me. That looks great. Let's maybe set that to 0. Okay. So, and make sure this is actually prohibiting me. Okay. So, so I got rid of that flag, so I should be able to vote again. Making things even. 600,000 adventures, hooray. Ah man, I missed 420. Lol. Troubleface, why didn't you remind me it was 420?
Belated lol.
Okay, so I think that vote thing can happen now. So what we need to do is have that show up. If not has flag, player ID, Twitch vote. We'll see if that goes ape shit or not. So it's not showing up for me. I'm gonna get rid of the flag. It is showing up, and I can go in there. Yeah, this is gonna be a landslide. The beast is just too cute. Alright. I'm gonna go use the restroom again while you guys vote.
It's half an hour by now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, no more.
fans are requesting more fart sign.
Alright. Beast has a pretty strong lead. So I should code the familiar, I guess. What's another elemental starfish familiar? The lobster, right?
I think so.
7 lines of code. I'll take it. What number did you say this was?
The familiar.
Yeah.
182.
Man, we haven't done a familiar in a long time. Let's see. Does not need to work better underwater. Damage, stench. Misc text. Alien. What did Riff call it?
Remember when we art for the familiar?
Yep. He literally called it alien underscore whatever. He made the word bucket and called it alien underscore whatever. Alright. Familiar 182. What is 114's chance of acting? 33%. So 182 will have the same. Oh. How am I even running Steam here? Hi, the Frank thing. Okay, so I should be able to use that familiar. Good. I think I'll use the one that's called %alienword1 %nert. No, I guess I won't, because when you take one out that you have multiple copies of, it fixes it. Hot stuff. Remember when you had like 400 blank familiars?
I do.
Okay. Who do I want to fight with this? I'll just go back to these guys. using casts. Oh, floats above you and shakes, sprinkling you with magical sand, because that's what the rock lobster does. I'm assuming that Riff will write the MP gaining text into the... Yes, he did. Okay. So that works. Should I do a front page leaderboard for alien language skill?
Say again, sir.
Is that what we said? Front page leaderboard for alien language skill? Okay. Whoa, look at that. That's some broken ass shit. Wow. Yeah, made it work. Okay. Alright, there is now a leaderboard on the front page for alien language learning.
There's a lot of alien language up there.
It is. Isandora really knows what she's talking about. I didn't log out. I was just looking at the front page.
Does it say Tingle Twister?
Yeah, it does. Because I can't make that go away because I was testing out the new account creation thing and I got stuck in a situation where I had created an account that couldn't log in on the dev server and now it just sits there reminding me that when I made a test account I called it Tinkle Twister.
Huh. I think that's just punishment.
Remember that time when I asked Chris how long it would take for that to go away and he said way less time than it has been? Because I remember that. I think he just made it keep showing up just to mess with me. Okay. Alright. Looks like the people have spoken. And the beast is what they want. It was way closer than I expected.
We should still make something out of the space junk.
Oh yeah, yeah.
'Cause it's,
But it could just be weapons.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I do need to add the shit out its own hatchling thing. Which one's the what is the Robo Goose? No. 80. Wow, the Robo Goose has a 1 in 10 chance of laying another egg. It must do something else. What are the odds in a given fight of this thing? 1 in 10,000?
In a given fight.
Yeah. Every 10,000 turns? Every
I do
5,000.
Yeah, the familiar's kind of not actually doing anything. I guess. Because it's like not actually code.
What is the... It's, oh, really?
Well, it's not.
Maybe I just didn't push it. I was testing it and it was doing stuff. I probably just forgot to push it. What is the item that is 7537? This is a real good opportunity for somebody someday to get something that doesn't make any sense. Let's try this. Let's just force it to me. So when I finish a fight with this guy, he should lay a little egg.
Should I make fur hats and pants and
Go ahead.
an accessory?
A whip, maybe? Hat, pants, whip.
You get 11 of these.
Well, they're not multi-use. They're just craftable into those things.
Right.
But make them untradeable.
They're currently tradable.
I know, I'm saying make the items that they
They're trying to.
turn into untradeable. And don't require any skills. So they'll be fine. They're puttyable, like you have to make them to get the outfit. Okay. That looks a little goofy. Let's try it again.
Oh, we were gonna make a. No, that's not.
That looks better. We were gonna what? Okay. Alright, I'll push the familiar behavior out, so that should be real. I should draw this guy.
You're gonna move the camera around.
Nah, this is only gonna take a second. Did you animate the boss?
I did.
Thank you. I guess I'm drawing a goddamn ramekin of nuts.
I blame Riff.
Riff understands how Twitch works. He lives there. He's more hooked into that culture than we are. egg, ramekin, monster. All right. Just to brag a little bit about how many things I've drawn in this exact size. In order to be as big as possible, once they're shrunk down to 30 by 30, these pictures have to be exactly 50 by 50 pixels before they are shrunk down. And I would like to zoom in on this little guy, and I would like to demonstrate to you that it is exactly 50 pixels in each direction. I'm having a hard time thinking of a dumber thing to be good at than that, but I'm still proud of it. Space egg, nut, ramekin, space, beastlet. Space egg, nut, ramekin. This needs an icon. What is a good... So this is what I often do, is I just look at all the booze in the game, and then I just pick a thing that looks like the cocktail that I am trying to come up with an icon for. Man, something was wrong with the scanner that day. Let's say that the stealth bomber is a flaming shot. Okay. Yeah, I was super active in December of 1969. I mean, the summer of '69 was over. I no longer had my first real six string. I had a lot of time on my hands. So, did you make the outfit?
I just did.
Okay.
Needs to be
Oh, have we confirmed that the familiar is active on live? Intellectual Horse says, dude, if you had done this 10 years ago, holy crap. I know, then they would be buying the thing that I invented for billions of dollars. Pantsorama says, were the alien drugs marked as pills? Will they appear in the pill bottle now? That's a good question. What is your favorite Pokemon, Mortal Human, says Megama. I don't really know anything about Pokemons. Isn't there one, the mime? I like the one that's just a mime. Stuff asks if if the creator can have a different image with Dead Beast when the quest is complete. Now, under normal circumstances, I would do that, but I kind of don't want to. Slash Games is loving this, says White Corn Fed. Thanks for the unusual experience. Sleep well at some point. Oh man, I got miles to go. Boomed says you should be able to get the government guy as an avatar as well. In addition, the familiar should be able to use crash_fart as an attack. Crash_fart is definitely the best combo in Transistor. Because there's a crash. That's my joke. I don't think there's a fart, though. Maybe that'll be in DLC. Cannonfire says that my favorite Pokemon is Volcarona because it's objectively the best. I don't know. I don't seem like the kind of guy, to me, whose favorite thing would be objectively the best thing. Oh man, we got everybody talking about Pokemon. So, what's left here? Space junk recipes.
Yep.
So I should actually, I think right now when you click on the space junk, whether you have whether you know the thing or not, it just says this item is not implemented yet. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. So I should at least make it act as a multi-use crafting thing. Maybe one of those. Yes, the plaid stuff from the new Spooky Raven. Anybody who's been gone from KOL for a long time and came back for this, you should stick around and see all the new stuff we've been doing. We added 6 new Zunes. We added 6 Zunes to the J. Allard Ultra Rare Monster Spooky Raven. Didn't you have a buddy that worked on the Zune?
No, that was the original Xbox.
That's like a Zune.
It's like a Zune, sure.
We added 6 new zones to Spooky Raven, is what I meant to say, not Zunes to Spooky Raven. 25, 23. Let's see. If you do not have the flag alien junk, then need 2 equals false and results equals you don't know how. You don't know what you're gonna do with all that junk.
All that junk up in your trunk.
One joke that I made in the plaid stuff, where you're crafting Scottish things is if you try and use a number, like say 9, that there isn't anything made of 9 of them, it says there can't be only 9. That's a joke about the Highlander. This one's gonna have a joke about that. What band is that? Is that Black Eyed Peas? Emily, what band is that?
What band?
I only know the Alanis Morissette cover. Who originally did that song?
What?
My Humps.
Yeah, that was Black Eyed Peas.
Okay. The Black Eyed Peas are that band that I thought of as being like a good band until I heard any of their stuff, and then I was real angry that that is what people had been talking about for so long. Did they used to be good and then they got real stupid?
No,
Is that the story with them?
They were stupid the whole time.
They were stupid the whole time? Okay. Wow, I just got Shyamalan. Okay. One piece of junk isn't enough. Let's imagine that I did not have alien junk 0. So I do not have alien junk. Try to use it. Oh, is that a permaflag? Can I spell it? Oh, I could try setting it to 0 instead of 9, which is what I just set it to. So that's cool. You'll come to realize that a lot of the reason that things get so screwed up in KOL is because I can't type. And that is a permaflag. Good. Okay, let's try not actually having that. Okay, so that works. Then I can read the weird space book. Okay, but I don't have the language. I'm gonna give myself 10 of the language. Then I can read the space book, and it says I can now make items out of space junk. But can I? Yes, if there were any to make. Okay. I probably shouldn't push that out until there are things to make, because otherwise people will try numbers of them, conclude that they don't do anything, say on the wiki that they don't do anything, and then people will be confused and sad if they are made to do something later. So we were pretty generous with these. The space junks. I was imagining making an item that was just like an auto kill combat item out of some single digit number of them, because, you know, that's a thing that's worth using under certain circumstances. No more powerful than dry noodles at this point, because power creep has destroyed everything we hold dear.
Yeah.
So that's something. That's a consumable that can be made out of 5 of them.
Okay.
A gun out of some number of them. No, musculus. It won't kill those things because they're immune to everything, including being killed at a certain point. It's only once they get super hard that they get that auto kill immunity. Okay, so you're not making these things yet, are you?
Which
The items. I'll make the
I'm
items.
still working on the outfit.
Space junk IED. Wait, that's not the birth control one, right? Which is the one that blows the legs off of our young men abroad? That's an IED and not an IUD, right? Okay. Okay. Space heater. That's a weapon. It's not a ranged weapon. It's got one hand. What are other space jokes? There's already a familiar in this. The cat is orange. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this dictionary thing that I use, and I'm going to see if there's any other space jokes. Starts with space. Space, the band. Ooh, a space needle? That could be like, I don't know. It could be a needle for delivering a space drug. We already got space drugs, though.
It makes your space drug more powerful.
Spacewalker for like old astronauts. Get it?
There's a bunch of space puns in, not even puns, just space things in the chat.
Jesus. Yeah, there are. Let's see.
I've seen spacebar and spaceballs the most, I think. And now space needle.
Space bag. Old space as in old spice. Okay. Space fedora is not, that's not a thing. Lord of Doom 1337 doesn't understand how this works. Space bass. Oh, is that because Lance Bass became an astronaut? What would space balls do? Spacebar is popular. Oh, how about a nice bottle of space port? It's a space bar, and when you use it every day, it gives you a bottle of space port. How about that?
Okay.
Are you gonna be sad if we put in a thing that gives you a booze every day? I mean, it can suck. It can just be like a shitty booze. Okay. Okay. Space bar. Shutter space port. Okay, thanks guys. This is great. This is great. Space cheese. Again, not a thing. Space needle. Space needle. Space needle could just be like a sword, right? We have a ranged weapon, a melee weapon, a thing that generates an infinite amount of booze. Maybe the spacebar is just usable once, and it generates 3 bottles of space port. That's safer. Okay. One thing that I did want to do with the space heater, though, was give it a conditional skill that... I mean, I wanted that for people that didn't know what they were doing in this content, but they're already fucking around in there. Nobody needs that much help. What are we gonna call the bomb? Space blaster. That has the disadvantage of not being a thing. Ooh, Space Mountain. Space Invader. There we go. let's see. What is the thing in the clip art tome that destroys a monster? Unbearable light. No, that's it's the bomb. Unbearable light's the yellow ray. Okay, copy that code. Okay. Oh, and it's not even an auto kill. Oh, I guess it is an auto kill. It just does. $100,000 damage, and then also sets monster's hit points to 0. So I don't know why it bothers doing that 100. So this is going to do 300 or 400 damage unless it's able to auto kill, which it is 100% of the time against things that are not bosses. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a bunch of those. Go fight a dude. Space Invader. Okay, destroys an enemy. Now, Matriarch. This should not work. It will kill her, but only because it does 352 damage, not because it actually auto-killed her. Okay, so that item is done. Space Heater. Where are you at, Hot Stuff?
I need you to draw a tattoo to make the space outfit viable, and also some text in there for the potential artists.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if I could start messing with his new space items or not.
You can. I will do the art for that, and you can put numbers on the items. Let's make the bar just usable to make 3 bottles of wine. So it's like someone who just wants and is consumed, yeah. So that way, it's like maybe someone, like the guy that would pull the beer garden thing just to have some booze and run would pull this too. I mean, nobody seriously would pull it, but it can be decent food. I mean, we can also set the costs in Space Junk of these to more or less wherever.
Right.
I hope everyone's enjoying my stomach. I know I am. Okay, sorry, what was I doing?
Art. I need the tattoo.
Tattoo for the...
And the avatar if it's not.
The avatar, I think I'll just use Space Beast 1. I don't want to false advertise. But I do need to make...
People really want you to poop.
People want a lot of things. You know, I think the tattoo for this is just going to be Space Beast 1 without legs. If there's one thing I like, it is not doing the art for tattoos. Because they're a weird size. Look at that bullshit. I am as bad at putting things in 75 by 75 as I am good at putting things in 50 by 50. Nah, I'll just draw it again. See? 73 by 76. I'm terrible at this. No, there's got to be something else called that. S-Beast Tat.
What is the space needle?
A sword. I guess I can differentiate them a little bit. Okay. Halloween stuff we will add when that gets closer to time. Menu is closed. Sharding Hebrew says shart, oy vey. It's a good character you've created there. Little workshopping. You're the star of the comedy scene. Whoa! Look at that motion. Good animations, bro. Alright, I guess some people thought this before it was animated, so they didn't get to see it.
That's what I posted in chat.
Oh, cool.
But if they ask me to see it on the stream, that's cool.
Okay, so then... Yeah, so S-Beast Tat has fewer than 10 characters. I always screw that up, and then people end up with weird blank tattoos or whatever. So I think the outfit is good. Did you have Riff describe? Okay.
Do we want to worry about the Halloween candy now?
No, I wouldn't do it now.
Okay.
If we like run out of shorter term goals,
Okay.
then that's fine. But let's
Let's
work to put stuff in front of people. Did you make recipes for the?
did.
Okay.
Them back.
All right. I'll draw them. I'm just gonna draw the items. Gonna draw the items that aren't a giant spoiler.
Items themselves are public. Should I make multi-use recipes for the pile of junk, space junk?
Sure. Are those usable?
You need to code up the space bar.
Okay. I mean, right now it's not going to hurt anything, though. It'll just be
Right.
not yet implemented.
Everything is numbered up. Riff needs to write some descriptions.
A whip. What's the matter? Problems?
Should we limit the stats that you can gain from that computer, so we don't tempt people to do some sort of stupid?
Do you think anybody?
Run right now.
Do you think anybody's going to?
I don't know.
Spaceport doesn't need. Huh. That seems like surprisingly few items, but. mean, what is a sane limit? I mean, we could just make it cap at something non-ridiculous if you're in Ronin or hardcore.
Maybe it's just not a big deal since this isn't going to be.
Somebody post a crazy run, we'll decide what to do.
Yeah. That's fine.
It'll be fine. 775.
Cannon fire
Yeah.
is up to 386. Language.
But that's good. That is how people get money, money, money from world events, is by selling stuff to people who are doing crazy shit like Cannon Fire and Izandora are doing. Look at that hat that's exactly 50 pixels wide. Whip is 49. Tall. Did Riff get hat rack stuff?
Yep.
Okay. Space Invader. Space Heater. Space Bar. Space Needle. Alright, so all the space items have the image name that you would expect them to have.
Okay.
If you're still in there working on those. If you're done, I can do it.
Well, Riff is writing, so.
Okay.
Although, he's probably just working on the very last one, so go ahead and do all of these again.
I'm doing the... Okay, I'll just do them all. One of them gets undone, it's not the end of the world. Why did you describe it as a decanter? Do we have a decanter? Sure, we have potion 4. That's a decanter. It's not really a decanter. That is going to get stomped on. I have foreseen it.
The Space Needle.
Mm-hmm. Alright, 7544.
Do you think there should be a thing in other accomplishments in the quest log that tells you what your alien language level is?
Yeah, there can be. We can add that later. Although that would be a way to... If we add that now, that would be a way that it is displayed for people.
Yeah, some guy was asking about it in the chat.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now if I go to the quest log, other accomplishments. You achieved a mastery level of 11 in an alien language. That should probably not be the only bold number on the entire page. Let's do number format of that, just in case somebody gets real ambitious and gets over 1,000. Alright, you achieved a mastery level of 11 in an alien language. Okay. Alright, so now the quest log other accomplishments thing tells you if you learned some alien language skill. With what?
It's not letting me make a multi-use recipe.
You open the space doors on the space bar and grab all the space boost from it, and then it gives you itself. So that's probably not what I should do. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's doing exactly what I told it to. 5. Two of them, 3 of them. Alright, space bar. Described. Coming up on 800,000 turns spent in this stuff. Game seems peppy enough. I don't know if it's just slowed down a little bit. And still, there's a few more people idled out.
Yeah, we're down to 100,000 on the Twitch stream a little bit.
Oh, were we above 1,000?
Yeah, for a long time.
Nice. That seems like a lot. That's more than I expected. What was I going to do? I was going to make a conditional skill. How do those even work? Shovel huckle is a good one. Okay. Alright, so it's combat skill, 0 MP. If equipped, player ID, and then the space heater. 7543. Like, this is not going to be, like, important or impressive, but I like doing stuff like this sometimes. So this gun just gives you a new skill that is just like a spell that does like 30 to 35 hot damage. So now I need to do two things. I need to make sure that I don't have that skill when I don't have the thing equipped, which I don't. And then equip the space heater. Heat space, 0 mana, does 34 damage. Cool. Okay. What level did you put that? 35 Moxie. This is Power 100. That's now doing significantly less than a. I was thinking of it as a really low level item.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How much damage is that going to do? Normally, it should do more of that. Well, it auto hits. The skill auto hits. See, that's the thing. Because skills like this are kind of pointless, it's also difficult to balance them. So it does 10 to 20 damage, and it has plus 12. So this is doing about the same damage as a regular attack against a leveled enemy. So that's probably fine. It just auto hits, and it does all hot damage, so it's just fun. It's just fun. So that works. I just need to make it public. Okay. Are you making the recipes?
Public recipes.
Nice.
They all work. Can't make the other gear. Weird. Maybe you just don't probably have they're probably trying to make it out of the hat recipe instead of the basic meat hat.
Oh, weird. That's a thing you did? Shane Fartred asks if I could explain the icons I have in my top menu. This one just opens the GM tools, which is where all of our spindlers are. This one is the thing that I have that just gives me whatever stuff I want, and I can change my class and stuff. This one is the chat logs for the dev channel, and that's it. Those are the only ones I have that other people can't have. Yeah, I feel like we ought to do this again. I mean, this has been super fun. Like,
Yeah.
and a lot of people showed up, so I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't next time, but maybe they would. I think is there anything visibly unfinished?
Let's see.
Wow. The chat is excited about the idea of doing this again. Roipi says he'll come back. Oh, Hoshiryu says Twitch plus KOL equals heart. Narimo suggests doing it again in a later hour. Yeah, like we just had to pick a time. You know, we tried to do it so that it wasn't like completely impractical for people in the UK to attend. But yeah. Oh man, I am Dora says, do another one on day N-1 of a month when you're just getting started on an item of the month and show that process. I don't know. I don't know if this would have been as fun if we had been working on stuff that wasn't sort of coming out as it was happening. You know? There's still some stuff in brackets. Is there?
I don't see it. Nothing noted to me.
Anyway, we're not done yet. We'll still be here dicking around. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. Maybe get something to eat.
But the space stuff is not my public.
Oh.
There's a little bit of asymmetry in that the bread and rocket fuel have this recipe in the protein powder does not.
Powder does not. Yeah.
It plus the drugs could do something.
Double drugs.
Maybe not a potion.
Sure. You wanna
I can just
make one?
Yeah, it
Okay.
would look the same as the drugs.
Yeah. When does Spleen ever have a recipe? Now. Here's to you, Twitch. I'll be back in like 5 minutes to read PMs.
Your presence on screen is requested.
I can't work from there.
It's weird delay. Oh, I think it's I don't know. This delay is rough. There it is. That's. I think it's what you'd expect. Oh, it's just behind the thing, if you care. Jeez.
start with the older ones. Yeah, I'm going to stop reading them. Lilo. Okay. Oh, God, I can't. I don't understand this one. I Ate Food says, awesome job, man. Also, my name is somehow taken on Twitch, WTF. I think that's happening to a lot of people. Melon says, this event is so awesome. Thanks, Melon. Matrix M says, Space Cowboy could reference the Joker or Bebop. 6:30 a.m. and still in ideas, man. Man, he's probably asleep by now. Nah, maybe he's just still up. I love random titties, says Sai. T-Coop says, butts are hilarious. Indeed. Solar Voltage says, I love you. Carnarvon says, everyone's PMing you to get their name on the screen. Here's a semi-relevant screenshot of Muffin's rudimentary dev tools. Oh, weird. Oh, neat. I remember this game. Wow, is it still getting updated? I see, there was a little bit of a gap between 2010 and 2014 there. Nice. That's cool. Captain J. Sparrow says, look, Ma, I'm on Twitch. Hellbear88 says, wow, he must have just sent some PMs not knowing what was going on, because these are about nothing. Garrus says, I insist my name appear in the chat pane. Hugbert says, you dumb man. Tachyonic Particle says, wasted beans. I'm up at 3 a.m. where I am. Please make more stuff accessible for the eastern side of the globe. Alpha Omicron says, chat tabs plus plus. Thanks so much for doing this. Says, so ready to die on the one-time username change hill yet? Nope. Okay, that was a lot of text. Cuddle Cactus says, when will there be a class or skill that allows dual-wielding shields? I still don't think we're going to do that. King Bobson says, I'm helping. The Horse Party says, it's okay, you don't need to read my PM. Well, too bad. Vernatio says, I really appreciate you doing this and creating the game we all enjoy. Thanks. You're welcome, Vernatio. Thanks for sticking around. Troubleface says, I love you. Less than 3, less than 3. Aww. Ziltang says, thanks for streaming. This sure is some cool event stuff. AWT307 says, you make puppies smile. Just saying. The Ghost says, thanks for the stream, loving content so far, and thanks for showing the process of making a zone. Thanks for 9 years of gameplay. Well, thanks for sticking around that long. Rocky says, hurry up with the zone already. That was an old one. Squin says, I'm jealous of your ramekin of nuts. You know, you too can have a ramekin of nuts. All you have to do is go to the ramekin store, get a ramekin, and then go to the nuts store and get some nuts. It's that easy. I know that since Advice Hot Dog isn't around anymore, it's hard to know where to ask, like where to go to buy different kinds of things, but I'm here for you. Anytime. Send me a chat PM. Anytime. Ask me where to buy something. I'll tell you. In this case, ramekin store, nuts store. Nummy55 says, if you pump up alien language skill in a sense softcore and pull a bean on turn 1, you can get mega stats if it's uncapped. Yeah, we'll see if anybody does that. And if so, you know, maybe they can just have a cool time. Ignore Mr. Skull at Implement Bacon, says Ale594. I get where he's coming from with the not wanting to have a bunch of bacon jokes in the game. I don't think, oh, stop making bacon jokes because you're a dummy. I just there's enough of them. We don't need to contribute more of them. Dark Sputtle says, loving this idea. It's great. Thanks a lot for this. It was brilliant. D. Malidi says, how long did it take you to develop all these tools that you're using? Not a lot of time to develop them in the first place, really, but they've gotten refined as we've worked on stuff for the entire time. I mean, Xenophobe, the original programmer I hired when I first hired another guy, made the basic versions of all of them in 2004 maybe, or early 2005, and we've added more and more and more stuff over time to them, and just made them easier to use and more sophisticated. Brewgeared says, PMing in a PM thread. Thanks for doing this, really. This is fun. Morgan Blair says, seriously, I like the new haircut. Oh, thanks. I kind of like it too. Gothic Tranquility says, thanks for doing this. It's super cool, and I'm excited to get back into KOL after my absence. Well, I hope you stick around, because, like I said, there's a lot more stuff here than there used to be. Gurai says, I wonder if there'll be a boost of Mr. A item sales around this time. I don't know. Maybe. A lot of times when there's an event and a lot of people come back, they think, oh, I like this. I should give these guys some money. So, we'll see. Awesome Ted says, Senpai notice me. I don't know who Senpai is. Noodle Mage says, never close them all. YOLO, start 9. Moltar512 says, I love the stream and I've been following KOL for 10 years, less than 3. I love the stream and I've been following KOL for 10 years. Less than 3 must mean repeat. Jeff the Mediocre says, aren't you glad there aren't any Shorebots PMing? Also, game is great. Wow, this guy must have been around for a while. That's a new account, but he knows about the Shorebots. Thoth says, this text is not just spam, I promise, this is really fun. Is it possible to do events like this more often? I think so, yeah. This was fun. Tiny Plastic Grimmy says, boobs, you totally should get some figure puppets to play with at the office. Hey Jake, shouldn't the Space Beast familiar be untradeable? There were Shorebots. Yes, all of those things. Marine says, newbie sends hugs and kisses, and then I drew you a pretty KOL picture. Oh, look at that. Good, good. Anchorham says, who would win in a fight, a bee or a bee's weight in hulks? Bee's weight in hulks would just be like a tiny little piece of a hulk. Probably still pretty powerful, though. Aston says, you're a groovy frood. Primavera Angel Hair says, I've been listening while cooking. It's been interesting. I keep checking back in on the screen every so often. Space Beast is cuter. Illegal Alien is funnier. Yeah, and I guess with when the appearance is the only thing, the cuter one is always going to win. B-Dragon says, thanks for 10 years. Got my anniversary gift today. Well, thanks for sticking around. A Jokester says, you ignored my statement. Nice. Seriously, it's awesome and well done. Thank you. Luigi Fan says, we must embrace pain and burn it as fuel for our journey. Thanks for everything. Well, thank you. Getting serious. Let's fill it up again says, I love you? Penguin Flame says, just trying to extend the time you're taking a break. Cardern says, hey, I want to be on screen too. Do you have any expectations for the number of players watching the stream? You know, I was going to be satisfied with like 200. I was hoping if we can get 200 people, that would be like plenty, and I wouldn't feel like it had been a failure or that we were irrelevant or lame or not popular yet. But it was great. It was good. It was way more than that, and that's great. Man Tater says, more potatoes, please. Hi, Mom. Space Beast. Spaceballs could be like goofballs, only spacer. Architect says, in the description for grilled cheese, shouldn't it be for freedom, not for freedom? Yes, you're right. Grilled cheese sandwich. Capitalizing freedom. Thanks, Architect. SF Warlock says, when did you cut your hair? I don't know, like a year ago? Evil Kitten says, meow. Hoblo Joe says, may I suggest a few recipes for government cheese, sir? Jackie T says, ... Cirrus says, and he probably... Oh, good. He sends a screenshot of a fart-shooting crossbow. Good. Good. I think that what Cirrus wants, is an item that lets him give people the best effect ever. It's already been drawn. It's already been drawn. Huh. That's weird. Okay, inside the spaceship. I don't know why I even clicked on that. That was not going to go anywhere. Yeah, see? That's what happens. Somebody says choice number 935 because he's trying to be helpful, and then I click on it because it's turned into a link, and I think, oh, that'll go someplace. And where it goes is it loads this page full of errors trying to load the profile of a player that doesn't exist. Choice 935. Alright, choice 935 needs a title. Twitch, help me. It's the choice where you pick where you want to go in the spaceship. Alright, Twitch chat, waiting for a title. much lag there is between the things that I'm saying and the things that are happening in the chat. So I will wait until you start saying stuff. Psyche Out says, boo. Are you saying boo or boo earns? DJ Valen says, awesome stream. Thanks for the stream. It's really interesting in seeing how things are made. Well, thanks for watching. Midas Utters says, do you think my name means udders like cow udders or udders like King Midas is talking? Well, since it's spelled with the T, then I think it means the one with the T. Who Doodle says, worst Crimbo ever. Seriously though, thanks for this. Interesting and entertaining at the same time. Glad you enjoyed it. Blue Wasabi says, just wanted to say thanks for the game. I love how big of fuck-ups you guys are and are still successful. Man, me too. Sausage says, oh, he's just telling me how to shut off the chat notifications. Archangel771 says, greetings from the sunny island Singapore. Name the familiar after me. Kejo says, what keyboard do you use? The Microsoft Internet Keyboard. I had to buy a bunch of them because they quit making them. But it is the keyboard that I like. It feels good. I like the palm rest thing. Lost in Space ship.
Question, Zach, sorry.
Yes.
Why is the space junk? Oh, because it's not... Making recipes doesn't do anything unless you implement it or something. It's a usable item that doesn't do anything except on dev.
What do you mean it doesn't do anything?
It's not the recipes do not work on live.
Really?
Yes. It says they are not implemented yet.
Huh.
It works on dev but not live.
But it just says the item isn't implemented yet?
Yes.
Oh. Try it now? No. Now.
You don't know what you're going to do with all that junk, so now I need to learn this.
Yeah, it's because you don't have the skill. Yep. Cavsy says, which way is west? Left. Dicey25 says, are you my faja? No, I'm more of a fajita. Malevolent Kitty says, I've been on KOL in a few months till I saw today's event on the Facebook page. Thanks so very much, this is awesome. Also, who is laughing in the background? Can we see everyone? I don't know. Can they see everyone? You guys should come and say hi. I don't think that's gonna work, man.
Hi.
You're just gonna destroy my desk. Come on. This is Troubleface.
Hi.
She's cool. She has a cool Fallout shirt on. Kevin,
What? I said hi into the camera.
say hi more.
Hi! Into the camera. More.
Also joining us, WC Fields. Okay. Fifth Element says, I love you. And the fifth element is love. Cheesecake. Boo, I'm special. What are you drinking tonight? Nothing yet. Although it is 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock in the time zone that's 50 minutes west of here. Lung Fung says, please ignore the PMs and implement space junk. Should have. Boris the Spider says, Jick, keep up the good work. Rabbit Hunter says, A-E-I-O-U, John Madden. Cool PM. Justin, so is this Justina RMS or Justin Arms? It says, not a dick pic, I swear. A boy and his no money, only tears forever. Okay? Alright, let's not make people start image macroing me. Xalaron says, great to see how content is created. Oops. Chaotic says, thanks for the zone. I didn't need to study for boards of pharmacy anyway. Would be neat if we could cook the Space Beast eggs into some kind of beastly omelet like the Grus. No, because we usually only do that for Gru eggs 9 years ago. But for familiar things that like keep piling up and you can't use them anymore and you can't trade them, these things, like, there will always be new players coming in who don't have any way of getting this familiar. And so, like, worst case scenario, you can sell it cheap and then they'll get a cool farting starfish. Kirby Lama says, just put everyone on ignore for the rest of the stream. I do not have anyone on my KOL ignore list. I have always felt like it was important to not do that. Because, like, if somebody is acting like enough of a dick that I should ignore them, I should just not let them be in the chat, so I'll just disable them instead of ignoring them. T-Bell30 says, you just wanted to make more quest items just to piss off holder of Sequits. Sequits.
Holder of Sequits.
Nah, he's got the hookup. Lewis the Wizard asks in the Twitch chat if we can make omelets out of obsidian daggers. I should at least make those smashable or something, because you don't need them for anything. Silas says, stop, murder us not, tonsured rumpots. Good palindrome. Tanya Australia says, what is your opinion on Australian meat pies made in America? Accurate or way off? I didn't eat any. They sent a bunch. Some Thumbs listener sent a bunch of Australian meat pies from that Boston place that makes the meat pies, but I didn't eat any of them.
They're good.
Are they?
Yeah.
I figured that, they sent them to those guys and they would rather them eat them than us. You don't care. You'll eat anything. Man, this one time we bought some pot pies down at the Whole Foods and noticed that on the box, one of the options that could be checked is a clam chowder pot pie. They never have a clam chowder pot pie, but they're hinting at the existence of a clam chowder pot pie. It really makes me want to go have a clam chowder pot pie. Because that sounds really good. Because clam chowder is really good and pot pies are really good. Anyway, that's my thoughts about that. Franzoid says, I pictured you with long hair. How does that make you feel? Well, it makes me feel like you were picturing an accurate version of me from the last 15 years, up until a year ago. Maroney says, hello from a pirate who puzzles. This was an awesome peek behind the scenes of stuff. Thanks for taking the time to show us your world. Cyber34 says, good job, keep up the good work. Paint Shop Pro looks awful. It's great. I recognize that it's weird to use Paint Shop Pro 9, but, I'm just so fast with it that it has never made sense for me to spend a bunch of time learning something new. 10 years down the line, making a new game, and I'm still doing the art for it, I won't have to worry about having everything be consistent with all of the existing art that's in KOL, and I get that, not a lot of people care about that, but I do, and so it's really hard for me to switch to a new set of tools or a new sort of process for it, because I need to make everything look right. Because a thing that I made 11 years ago and a thing that I made right now are going to be right next to each other on your screen, so there's no way for me to, if they look really different from one another, it's going to be gross, and I'm not just going to go back and reuse all of it. Rewrite. Redraw all of it. Anyway, Paint Shop Pro is not. Also, I paid $100 for it 15 years ago, and it's just still, I just own it. It's still a piece of software that does exactly the same stuff that it did. I didn't have to switch to a weird cloud model, and they didn't take away my animated GIF support, and nothing that Adobe has done in the last 20 years has bothered me at all. Pantsless says, don't forget to check your K-mails too. Oh, right, Jesus Christ. Anagram says, thanks for everything over these years. This has been great. Says I would fight the boss here. Yeah, sorry about that. That was fixed pretty quick. Super Bob says, do you play trading card games? I haven't in quite a while. I play Hearthstone some. I always buy the new Duels of the Planeswalkers games when they come out, because I kind of like just getting a touch of Magic. I listen to Mark Rosewater's podcast, and I kind of follow the development of Magic just because that's really interesting to me, and that guy's really smart. And I have been playing a little bit of Netrunner. I'm excited about that. Poisez says, I wonder if I can exploit this by posting a whole block of text here. Just blarg the entire Stanley Parable introduction into this, or the first verses of The Chaos. And then he links to that. I don't know what it is. He says, why does the twitching egg have a picture but the familiar doesn't? Oh, because I forgot to... Wait, no, the familiar does have a picture. I'm guessing that you just have a bad cached version of it, because your familiar data gets cached in the session, so if you log out and log back in, the familiar will have a picture, and it will be fine. Blitznick says, honestly, I think I might have freaked out some friends when I started watching this stream. It's awesome to see how much work and effort goes into such a small amount of new zones. Thank you so much. See, I figured people would be surprised at how little work went into it. Because, compared to adding, like, to add a monster to a normal video game would be weeks of man weeks, man and woman weeks. And, you know, but yeah, I mean, I guess if you look at this and you think, oh, this is nothing, it must not be any work at all, and then when you see that it is some work. Farchild says, thanks for the Bebop reference, we could use more of those. I'm guessing that was Riff, because I still have never watched that. Dead in the Brain says, is the zone going to be here after RO? For a little while, I think. And then he says, what are you drinking? Coke and then soda water. Have you considered participating in DragonCon? If not, you should. I would happily volunteer if you guys did. We had a big presence at DragonCon for years. Data Vortex made sure of that. And then for like 3 years in a row, we actually attended. I did a couple talks there. But I just sort of stopped having fun. Like, it got too crowded and too stressful.
It's even more crowded and stressful.
Yeah, and it's just, I guess, Hotstop says it's worse now, so I think I need for the next thing that's like DragonCon was 10 or 12 years ago to emerge so that we can find out what that is and start going to that. Robopolis89 says, thanks for being super cool. Well, thanks for noticing. Saint Intergalactic says, 23 Skidoo, this zone needs more arrows to point things out. That must be a Play Havoc multi. Rhubarb18x says, stop making me masturbate to this new content. Done. Brady the Bold says, will you say happy birthday to my wife Lisa? Magic word, please. Cast Ode. I'm guessing that cast Ode was meant to be a chat command. Happy birthday, Brady the Bold's wife Lisa. I hope you're having a good day, and I'm sorry that your husband is screwing around watching this video game bullshit instead of spending time with you on your birthday. Crimson says, we pooped at the same time. I'll bet we didn't. Kennyman666 says, why don't you yell at CD Moyer until he codes it, close all chat tabs but the active one command. Also, this event has been great. Thanks a lot for doing it, even if sleep would have been nice too. Disco Shen says, make the weird space book not a quest item and it can be the non-tradable souvenir. Loving the stream. Thanks for all the hard work.
There's a lot of non-tradable souvenirs.
There's a lot of problems that can occur with trying to make it so items have any kind of identity, and having it be a quest item solves a lot of those things very readily because it just makes it so you can't put it anywhere else other than your inventory. So has item is always going to know whether you have it or not. Drops once, then it shouldn't drop again because there's no point in you having more than one of them. And having it be a quest item just makes it so much easier to do something like that. That's why we use that tool for a thing that it's not really perfect for. Oddslot says, thanks for doing the stream. Fantastic game and great stream. Are you planning on doing any more in the future? Yeah, I see no reason not to, because this was super fun and people seem to be having a good time. Kite Mel says, when you aren't busy, go watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's pretty great, imho. Well, thank you for the recommendation. Phantom says, peer pressure made me do it. This is awesome. Sarcasmage says, hey, this is a great event and a great game. Keep up the good work. As always, isn't it a pain that people are PMing you while... Oh, crap. I just did that, didn't I? Sorry. Play it. Jick, play World event on Twitch again, Sam. Fembit Artsipan says, would you yell at my roommate to go take a nap, please? Go take a map. Ah, sorry. I fucked up. Katiki2 says, thanks for the stream thingy. I love it. Chowlen says, is anyone there aware that the poster behind you looks like a mirror in the feed? We can see them dicking around while you're gone. Hagwench says, Space Beast familiar, they're so cute. Done. Meow says, apparently I need to PM you because it's the cool thing to do. Also, was this recorded? I wish it were for those who had to miss some of it. Yes. It should be. It should show up pretty soon. The test stream that we did last night that I thought wasn't being recorded was being recorded. It just took a few hours for it to appear in the archive. So this one, dude, I don't know. If the amount of time that it takes for that processing to happen goes up with the length of the stream, then we're probably fucked. And it'll show up in 9 years. Kodakun says, hippie Jick is best Jick. You can be a hippie with short hair. Ted Dud says, you are a great person and you should feel great. I hope you're having as much fun as we are. Well, I hope you're having as much fun as I am. Kazel says, this is a message in a time capsule. As soon as you read it, it's the future. Oh, now it's even later than when I started. Tita Gigula says, the event was fun. Do another one sometime. Will do. Crazy Bald Man says, this is an absolutely splendid event. Thank you for hosting. Well, thank you for attending. Darkseer says, ask me about my wiener. No thanks, Darkseer. Darkseer says, this is ground control to Major Tom. Come in, Major Tom. Is that your wiener talking? Jeffrey says, how about auctioning off your drawing pad from today's event for charity? You'll have to autograph it first, or just keep the money for booze. Clicking last adventure after fighting the boss lets you fight her again. That should be fixed. Nah, I keep all the original art. Never know when I might have to reconstruct the entire game after an apocalypse. Green and 72 says, Dear Jake, sorry to fill your screen up even more, but your pen sounds like it makes a crunching sound on the paper when you write. Is that real or an artifact of the stream? I don't know. Also, can you make it so both the illegal alien and space beast images appear on the poll? And it did. Also, what is that red number under your familiar? Oh, that is... There is a lot of crap left over in my version of the interface. Oh, huh. Twitch archives in 30-minute chunks, and the first 5.5 hours are already there. Okay.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, it's only been 6 hours. When I fight a thing, I also get a bunch of... Let's use this Space Invader. Like, I get all of this, which is just a bunch of, like, readouts on how long it took different parts of the fight script to execute, because back in the day, when the database was our bottleneck a lot of the time, the fight script has always been so complicated that it was pretty easy for us to screw up and put something in there that would make it really, like, it was just bad code. It was just, like, bad queries that were running too often, generating too much traffic, using up connections. And so these are, like, the number of milliseconds that have passed at various points in the execution of the fight script, so that if I introduced a problem, that I would be able to find it. And this is just how long it took for this script to execute. It's usually a lot faster than this. Like, we're not accustomed to this kind of traffic these days, and so we haven't, really kept up. The gear that we have is so much better than the servers were 10 years ago. We just have less of it because we don't, like, stuff breaks and we don't need to replace it. Kebabka says the crash ship still isn't animated. Nah, that's fine. Danny Boy also reports fighting multiple matriarchs. Space Fur, a space rack, says King Felix. Lord Suzaku says, thank you for making me slightly richer. That is a thing that world events do. We try to design them to be economically interesting, and a thing that if somebody's not, like, super into the idea of collecting all of the stuff, they can grab some things and then sell them to the people that are really interested in that and kind of get a foothold in the economy. Cygnus says, how many more puppet strings should I buy? Buy them all. The Novasi says, am I doing this correctly? Hail Hydra. That's like an Avengers joke that I don't get. T-Bell31 says, grow a ZZ top beard, you'd look cool. Space bag, Jews in space, Illudium Q36 explosive space modulator, or pigs in space. Dana Oj Shadow says, Zap group for alien foodstuffs. No, I like the limitation on the stuff that comes out of the replicator, because it, again, is a thing that makes it so it's meaningfully more of a multiplayer game. Transplanted Netwife says, I miss advice, Hot Dog. Can you give me some advice? Listen to old episodes again. They really hold up. Sir Trog says, Jake, the pool table in the clan hall doesn't provide pool skill. Also, this is an awesome event and an awesome game. Thanks, guys. Damned Fish says, I couldn't stay for long because of weird time zone shenanigans, but this was a lot of fun. I look forward to seeing something similar in the future. Yeah. I think when we do this again, we'll probably do it at a different time of day, just to ensure that everyone gets upset. X-Wing Ace says, loving the new content so far. Thanks for all the hard work and the lovely game. Whiskey Jack says, can we put space junk in the trunk? What about a campground item, something that adds to the telescope? See you at Columbus, maybe?
Yes.
Maybe? Do you like Transistor or Bastion more, says I Apotheosis or too soon to tell? I am 100% Transistor. I didn't like Bastion very much. Like, I liked all of the trappings of it, and I liked the mood, and I liked the narration and stuff, but the gameplay just fell super, super flat for me, and I couldn't stick with it. But Transistor, like, I played all of it in a sitting. like, it grabbed me right away. Baby Scarface says, this is a fabulous look on how sausage is made. Thanks. Oh, we didn't actually put any sausage in, though. Jahoo's Dewey says, this has been great. Also, I'm enjoying the new content. Thanks for doing this. Fixer says, I just came back yesterday and I'll definitely be sticking around. This is all the fun. Well, good deal. Nassib says, now's a good time to reveal how to open the sunken chests. Just saying. Wenedin says, Space Core? Make a Portal reference. Space Bar of Iron. Spaced out. Space Rack. Also, thanks for keeping me and the missus up until 2 a.m. with the jolly times. Well, thanks for staying up, child. Chilled. Jolson42 says, Space Heater could be a ray gun. Yeah, it could. Ooh, I see the Space Heater in the stream. Did I help or was that a coincidence? That was a thing that there was not very much of this that I thought about ahead of time, but I wanted to make the alien number system 420 joke, and I wanted to make the Space Heater. Those were. But thanks for the help anyway. The Giver says, will this still be here after rollover? If we are still here after rollover, yeah, hour or two, probably. Take a dinner break. Leave the stream going. You guys can just watch the mirror. Really, what this is a super cool Castlevania poster. It's too much glare for you to really see it, but the bottom, that's not doing much. The bottom of it is a map of, it's like the Castlevania 1 map, but drawn into it is representations of all of the actual levels in Castlevania 1, and then the top of it is a combination of the map, the overworld map from Castlevania 2 and 3. Kevin Spacey, says Panzerama, you could use a space junk to make a drink called Cosmos, or it can be discarded to give an effect Kessler Syndrome. And he links to the thing about the Kessler Syndrome. Questlog notes and other accomplishments for an alien language skill, says Deathless Assassin, and then he says, thanks for the Questlog info. Gnocchi says, poke fun at my space, like my Space Invader. Toby Max says, apparently you cannot read paper in Class Act. Jick, any way to help with that? No, it'll still be there when you're done. Wait, in Class Act? Oh yeah, we locked out skill books there too. Yeah, I'm not gonna make an exception for that, sorry. Decanter, I hardly know her. Also, what happened to CBS being best in slot for item drops? You promised that on release. What?
What's not best in slot?
Crazy Bastard Sword?
No.
Then the Bjorn Nation attack. No, that was never a thing. JB77 says, this content is awesome, thank you. Thank you, JB77. Sharding Hebrew. Shard. Oy vey, I never should have had the free pork. Shard. You're really developing it. You're really developing it. I like it. Hatatow says, would it be cool if players could augment the fur outfit pieces using space junk somehow? Now, it's actually trickier to do anything with them because they're an outfit. Magnet Clubber says, thank you for a look inside the process of creating this game in a new area to play in. Sari says, can we create items with the space junk later because the book is a quest item? Also, fix less than 3. Can we have something to use up the Nemesis quest familiar hatchlings? Oh, that was just an unrelated question. Let me see. I mean, all of the space junk items are tradable, right?
So?
The items that you make out of them should be traded. Like, if they're not, they should be. So, as long as someone can make those things, then it's fine for the future. Sky Elf says, I enjoyed watching you build a world event. Thank you for doing this. You made the weird space book a quest item. Won't that prevent us from using space junk after ascending? I don't know if that's a flag or a perma flag. Let me check. No, it's a perma flag. So you will, if you have ever been able to use it, you will be able to use it from now on. Okay, another Rickroll.
Jesus.
RPD234 says, it would be nice if you gave us a message today at Happen informing us so people like me didn't miss out by doing my entire day before the event. I mean, this was like hells of announced all over the place. So I'm sorry, man, but we can't do any better than
The
that.
front page had an ad for 10 days.
Yeah.
Where you log in.
Stuff says, thanks to you and the rest of the ASM team for taking time out of your weekend for all this fan service. This was fun for us too. Haste Bro says, inside the spaceship is still written like that, and also protein powder is still showing up in the misc item tab and not consumable. Okay. Okay, yeah, it just gets that consumables mist thing. La Cucaracha de Fuego says, I had a lot of fun even though I had to work through most of it. Thanks for doing it. I hope you never stop making this game even though that's unrealistic. Whatever happened to the mimes? Oh, they're still out there. Star Spirit Gino says, isn't Transistor a great game? Yeah, it is. Kitten says, love this event. Please do more like this. Will do. Government Cheese Fondue. Professor Underscore says, this has been awesome. Thank you. Also, it's not usually my type of thing, but one vote for an in-game implementation of Troubleface's fart sign. Oh no, another Putz says, I just wanted to be one of the cool kids that PM'd you. Chameko says, hello world, am I famous now? Thanks for making this wonderful game. Super Marshmallow Man says, why are you not doing this from an undisclosed location? Awesome event though, hope you do it again soon. Cat Drake says, in support of a space oddity. Ah, that would have been good. Sketty says, Jick, you're hot from Arizona, son. Hey, I've loved experiencing Twitch Thugs. Glad you took breaks. I got to go potty. How many players have you disabled? About, I don't know, 200, 700? Thundergate says, are we going to get to go downstairs in the craft? You can go downstairs while watching the craft, if you know what I mean. Mucus Ophiuchus. Ah, that's a great name. This was a lot of fun. Thanks. Spiders Everywhere says, look out, I'm behind you! Fells Frosh says, your doodles are cute as hell. Thanks for broadcasting. Thanks for listening. Prof Turquoise says, the Space Needle art is rad as hell and you are a cool dude. Thanks, Professor Turquoise. Lucy Star says, this is great, but will there be dog core? My friends and I have worked out all the details already. You just need to program it. Also, no need to worry about my sass hole. I keep it stuffed these days. And thank you for KOL. It has been a great couple of years. Gad the Hero says, thanks for all the fun. We all had a grand old time. Greetings from the blues. Hey, that was a haiku. Guess it's too late for space moon boots, eh? Moon and space are different things. Negosoft says, space junk ought to be a collection of space oddities. Yeah, you're right. Oh, fun fact, Space Egg dies on removing from the mall. Found that out just now. What? No. I don't think that's a real thing. No Bikini Atoll says, cool beans. Love the event and the dancing familiar makes me feel warm and fuzzy all over. Ernie, do you think it's Ernie R or Ernier? Where can I buy new episodes of Advice Hot Dog? You can't. The best you can hope for is some brain trauma, which will make you forget that you listened to the existing episodes of Advice Hot Dog. Go back and listen to some more. Dr. Unk says, bacon is no joke. You should do this every Saturday. I don't know about that. This was a little exhausting. Where can I buy love, says Morgan Blair. Also, could you get into an argument with Hot Stuff on camera so I can see what you look like when you're angry? P.S. There's just about 20 to 40 seconds of lag in the stream as of when you read my last message. I'm not usually angry when I argue with Hot Stuff. Morgan Blair says, and I wanted to mention that there are also a number of people in my clan who are completely unaware of the event. These are people who use Mafia, don't listen to the podcast, or... I'm sorry, I can't help those people. Like, if you don't look at the main page of KOL... It's on Facebook, it was on to log in, like, I can't help you. How else? I mean, it was in the... Yeah, like... Yeah, I mean, I know that those people are real, and I'm not saying that those people aren't real, but I can't do anything for them. Like, maybe there would be some way for me to encapsulate the banner things that we do every once in a while. Like, we do that really sparingly because we don't want that to be a thing like the announcements that people just gloss over when they log on, and so they never know what the fuck is going on. Like, it's so hard because we are not, like, I'm not willing to turn the login page of KOL into something that looks like a normal web page where we do all this crazy bullshit to try to draw your attention to things and move your eyes around, right? Like, I want the information to be there, but what that means is that it ends up just looking like text, and so people just skip over it. And I would too. I mean, when I was like playing a lot of Twilight Heroes, I never noticed the announcements. I had to follow them on Twitter to ever actually see it. And anyway, if I could figure out a way to encapsulate the occasional like animated banners that we do in such a way that Mafia could draw your attention to it, then that would be a way of doing that. But it's like, this is not like we drunkenly sprung this on you, right? Like, this had been announced for weeks, and I'm really sorry to the people who missed it. But Nightval says, before you go offline, would you like to come into my magnet attic? Yeah, we can go through the medium-sized door. Also, what were some of the tracks on the drug CD? He's talking about a burned CD that I found in the parking lot of a restaurant once. that was then stolen from Asymmetric's company truck by some sort of San Francisco hobo. The only song on it that I remember was Then I Got High by Afro Man. Gamesmaster says, really enjoyed watching the stream from the UK where it's almost 2 a.m. at the moment. Thanks so much for still working on this game. Well, thanks for still playing it. TJ Ben says, yo, this game has ruined my life. So addicted it hurts. I've dumped my girlfriend in order to have time after work to spend my adventures. KOL is my life. That sucks. You should stop. Cannonfire40 says, you forgot to make the space to some stuff. Oh, man. These are real messages. This wasn't stuff to read on the stream. Mike Hunt says, love the event. Can't wait till next time. Kappa Frankers. Nick2 says, less than 3 means heart/love. Yeah, I know. I know. You should come back to the forums again. Givalco says, where can I buy Shorebots? You can't. RDFM says, thanks for the Twitch fund, Jick. Have you found a way to read the New Yorker that you like? I haven't. I have a real iPad now. Could try that. Mantator says, hooray, I'm a TV. Let's fill it up again, says Infinite Chat to respond to. Yeah, this is not getting any shorter. Although more of it is just this Rickroll clown. Can you drink beer next time? You know, I think I'm going to start drinking beer now, because this is obviously not going to... No, because I also have to pee again. And that is only going to get worse over time. So you drink I drank 2 liters of water while I was sitting here. I don't want a large farva.
Sure.
No thanks.
What is here? Sure.
Ah, 986, 039. We are so close.
I may head home.
Okay.
That's alright.
Yeah.
It's been fun, Twitch. Bye, guys. You rock.
Arctic Sword says, I love you. Jictator, thanks for making KOL. It's really helped out in the dark times, man. Helped me out. Wow, use the toilet right before you read mine. Haha. Yeah. Thanks, man. Belagante says, make sure all that cheese stuff works with anti-cheese. Yeah, I don't think that I'm gonna make it so it makes a grilled sandwich. Because that isn't funny. Like, the government was kind of funny, but, like, that's another one of those things where it's like, you know, if there are 3 things in an article about KOL, one of them is that you combine cheese and cottage, or anti-cheese and cottage cheese to make a cottage.
Spoilers.
But then that makes it so we can't ever do anything with the word cheese in it. And thanks for throwing this together. Cool to watch. He continues. ASCII God says, you guys do a great job managing the development of content items and balancing everything while releasing constantly. As a fellow business owner, it's inspirational. Love it. That's nice of you to say. Noodle Mage says, click on the lounge tab. Also open lounge to everyone for the rest of the stream. Last Chan says, multi-use 2 space junk to make double space. That's pretty funny. Velcro pound. I thought that said Velcro pounder? Pouncer. Could you make a tiny plastic space series or something of the like? Nah, I think we're done adding items to this. Cruxa says you need to slurp louder on that beer, Jick. You need to mind your own fucking business, Cruxa. I'm just kidding. You're great. Crab guy. Gordy says, who, what, why not there? Kathleen Turner Overdrive. Is a space beast really a picture of hairy Uranus? Alan Ador says, this is a hell of an awesome event. I for one would love to see this again. Yep. I think that is inevitable at this point. Mega Brian said, this event was a blast. I can't wait to see something like this again. Praise be to Jick for he is the sun and thus so grossly incandescent. Yeah, the color balance on this camera is a little goofy. Also, while I love the Space Beast, I love cliche gray aliens even more. If we don't see an illegal alien wardrobe and tattoo after this event, perhaps another time then? Sure. Now that we've established that these guys exist, they could come back for something else. Tiny Plastic Grimmy says, forgot to push a trivial update about the White Citadel update? No, I hope that didn't go out. That didn't go out. It's not even halfway done. Fortran Maker says, thanks for all the great work today. I really enjoyed watching the zone creation process. Go Space Beasts. Can't wait for my Space Balls, the Space Heater. You taking off? Alright, travel safe. Hope the cat is okay. Is the cat okay?
I'll find out.
Alright. Hot Stuff's girlfriend's cat was having some trouble. Okay. I guess this. Cool. Agabaranar says, Model M for life, baby. Keyboards aside, awesome stream. Yeah, I don't like the clacky keyboard. I like this one. I like this one because it doesn't have this stupid split thing that I could never abide. And it's got a cool palm rest. That's where the real action is in the cool palm rest. Trigger says, why you no read my PMs from before? In case they're lost, they were in reference to hideous eggs. I don't know. I don't remember. Zombie Feynman says, this stream... Feynman? Kevin yelled at me the last time for saying it wrong. This stream is awesome. Can you explain a bit about how the database is set up? I assume it's a separate sheet for inventory, quest flags, etc., but how are crafting recipes, etc. stored? Everything's just in its own database table. We were a lot better about stuff like that. Yay! A million turns! Dude Nacious says, I can pinch off a foot-long, ballpark-sized poop in less than a minute. Jealous? Yeah. And I can't tell you how excited to still be talking about poop. This has been a blast, says Fitchit. Thanks for showing us what happens behind the curtain. Indeed. Omniferous says, I appreciate the fact that somehow you managed to draw from every extremely obscure internet game ever, from a you have to burn the rope to puzzle pirates, but managed to avoid political jokes, because politics are so much easier for a cheap laugh. What you do is so much harder and, in my opinion, funnier. Yeah, I mean, it's just self-preservation. We don't want to stir up shit. We kind of decided early on, we didn't even really decide, it's just that we were always the kind of people who, in published work at least, didn't really want to write anything about politics or about religion. From my point of view, it's because my opinions are all terrible and unfounded, and so I don't want to put them out with a wink and say, am I right? Because no, and I'd rather just be like, boy, tomatoes sure don't taste good, because at least that's a thing that's not going to get you arrested. Maybe. I guess the government could just get real bad and they could arrest you for not liking tomatoes, but... Thank you for a fascinating look into zone creation, says VPN Librarian. If you do this again, I'll be there. Well, if I do this again, so will I. You can get multiples of the alien source code, says Shrot Flinta the Bold. Is this intentional? Yes, it is, because that skill is now a thing that, for a certain definition of have to, everyone has to have. So it needs to be a thing that exists in quantity and can be sold to people in the future, forever. I wonder how expensive it is, in fact. That was not what I meant to do. Alien source code. It's super cheap now. That's good. That is good. 35,000 meat. I like that there is enough of it that it is going to be pretty easy to get for a while. King Stupid says, Jake, haters gonna hate, but lovers of a game last forever. It's great to see you still care, and it's great to see you still care about the game. Long time no message, but I'm still here. Give Hot Stuff and Riff hugs for me. Will do. Laser says, thanks for the wonderful game, Jake. Been playing for 9 years, and I hope you got loads more of years left. Frank, also, are there any new indie games that you're into besides Transistor at the moment? Spelunky's still pretty new. Gaussy says, have you played Mr. Card Game? Are you proud of its connection to your game? I have not played it in a long time, so I have not... I've played a version of it that is very similar to the version that actually showed up, and it's there, and we're going to break it out the next time we play some board games, but we just haven't been doing much of that lately. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I mean, it's, you know, it had relatively little to do with us at the end of the day, right? Like, it was just a thing where we kind of licensed this material out, but, like, we liked what they had, like, and they were clearly thoughtful guys, and, you know, guys who were, like, good enough at designing games that they weren't going to make something that was just terrible. And, like, KOL is an obscure enough thing that the idea of it being some kind of weird cash-in on a license is just crazy. So it's like, you know, yeah, that's great. Nicodemus Stevio says, hey Jake, loving the show. Are you taking requests? I asked a while ago about changing the Agua de Vida bottles from 4 to 3 spleen. You could show us how that is done. That's the kind of thing that people will get mad at me if I get tricked into doing. Sausage says, so awesome, let's do this again. Alright, Hexatomb says, thank you for the stream, I wish I was more of a productive member of this community. Oh, come on. Islidar says, I really appreciate all the work you do to make this game as awesome as it is. Thanks a lot. Well, thanks for saying so. As Andorra says, I appreciate the alien language leaderboard. Thank you. Well, good. How's that looking? Oh man, you are winning. Like, whoa, you are winning. Yeah. You should ascend and ruin the leaderboard for Slow and Steady. Do it. Talon says, totally enjoying the Sweet Sweet World event. As an added bonus, the fact that it looks like it makes a sweet, sweet load test fills my QA engineer heart with glee. Yeah. Yeah, that it did end up being a little bit of a stress test. Got a handful of, like, inability to connect to the database errors, but seemed to be alright. This was a lot of fun, says Boxy Brown. Please do it again in the future. Mr. Schloff says, this game needs more sloths. Sure. It's got 0 sloths now. That's not enough sloths. Great game. Love it. Great game. Just came back, says Blund Libby. Huh. That's just Blind Baby with the vowels taken out. Glad you're back. Wax says, Fart Cave where? Can you check out a Devster account? Unless that button is like checking them out from across the bar and not checking them out like a library book or something. Or, you know, show us their asses. I'm up for anything. I don't want... I mean, no. Like, the way that checking out a Devster works is it just makes it so you have access to this account that can change a bunch of shit about it and then not really do a lot of other things, because they're really sandboxed away from the rest of the game. Chiggeroth says, I didn't think I would like this game, but after playing for a minute, I was like, damn it, I need to play this all the time. And also the new critter is cute, and also watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Okay, a lot of that coming in, and I'm glad you like it, and I'm glad you're sticking around. Golgothica says, are there any more tangential products coming? KOL Comic and Mr. Card Game were fantastic. On that note, what are your feelings on how Mr. Card Game came out in the end? The gameplay is unique and interesting. In my experience, has been that it's hit or miss with non-KOL players. That is one thing I've never done, is played it with people who weren't KOL players, because I've only played it at KOL Con. Gothic Tranquility says, you should use a Mac. Macs won't run Paint Shop Pro 9, buddy. And if you haven't seen Archer, you should totally watch it. I have, because I did. But thank you for the recommendation. Razorbell says, thank you for the alien language fluency as a recorded stat in the quest log. That level of attention to detail is one of my favorite things about this game. Well, you just listen to what people say that they want, and if it's a thing that doesn't go against what you want your thing to be, then you just do it. Like, it's pretty easy. Dark Sputtle says, good night. Good night, Dark Sputtle. Savage Dew says, I just started playing through the adventure and it's super awesome. I hope you do this again. Also, I would like more advice, hot dog. Banana salad. Everybody wants more advice, hot dog. Baby Scarface says, also, you should come to Washington, D.C.'s AwesomeCon some year. Maybe we'll check it out. SSBB Hack says, thank you for taking the time out of your day to do this. This is truly a game worth playing. The humor is superb and always fresh. Well, thanks. And I mean, this is what I would be taking time away from. So, you're welcome, but it's my job. Space sausage needed, possibly dehydrated. Hot stuff cat pic, please. I don't think he has any pictures of the cat. Tom the Dancing Bug says, I've been in the kingdom for about 1/3 of my life. Does this count as a common law marriage? Yes, in the sense that we get all of your stuff when you die, but no in the sense of us not being allowed to kick you out if you get too crazy. Felgod says, did you get that thing I sent you? Yes, I did. It is right here. And it is awesome, and thank you very much for the gift that you sent for Christmas, Felgod. Felgod is cool, and he sent us all a bunch of weird J.J. Abrams decks of cards, and this map is awesome, and I can see why you thought of me when you saw it. Oh no! Man, what did I just break? I broke all the stuff. Kind of in a tiny little cubby over here. Definitely something just broke. Oh well, probably just some plastic crap that I can replace. Also, will alien literacy persist across ascensions? Yes? I just looked at that. Yes. Ink permaflag, alien lang. Yes, it will. Silo Slider says, you're so wonderful and thanks for the enlightenment on the nirvana that is the inner functionings of KOL. Oh, and when the guy said CBS, he meant Camp Scout Backpack, not Bastard Sword. Oh, CSB, regarding the max item drops in slot thing. Yeah, I'm still sticking to that, I think. Mother Mary 13 says, been here for 9 years and I think this is the most fun I've had. Great event. Well, that's great to hear. Storm Dragon says, my name is Zach Chicorino. Sorry, bad Englandski. I grew up in a small farm and have to make potatoes. Mother says, Zach, potato harvest is bad. Need you to have make game KOL in San Francisco for make money for headscarf for babushka. I bring honor to Ari. We less than 3 you. That's good. You're going to be my biographer once I need one. Panzerama says, also, I like eggs, for what it's worth. Who doesn't like eggs? Especially when they're deviled. Chin says, how about a trophy unlock at X-Alien language? No, I don't. I think it would upset some people to put a trophy in something that is so limited like this. Gareth says, what is your opinion regarding Diablo 2? I like it. Also, butts. I like them. Also, you should totally buy us Hookers and Blow if we hit 1 million adventures spent. I don't know if I can afford to buy Hookers and Blow for 1 million people. Solve Omnis says, thanks for the event. This was fun. By the way, love the haircut. You look like a young Harold Ramis. Well, thanks. I hope I don't end up looking like an old Harold Ramis. Or a dead Harold Ramis. Although he probably looks fine. PSLY4MNE says, the other guy meant the Camp Scout backpack was supposed to be best in slot for plus item. Technically it still is, but the Bjorn is tied with it and does a bunch of other stuff too. Well, yeah, but okay, I see what you mean. I see why you're asking this. So now people are just using this as an opportunity to sound off about unrelated stuff. Which proves that we should probably stop soon. Yeah, I mean, we thought about that. We looked back at what we actually said, and it wasn't that it would always be the best, is that we wouldn't make anything better than it, and we didn't, because the Camp Scout backpack also does some stuff that the Bjorn doesn't do. Right, and also the Bjorn was a replacement for a really, really overpowered thing, and so it kind of had to be crazy on its own. Zaphod B42 says, love the stream and the content, keep up the good work. Megaboss says, wait, I meant CSB. Shoot what happened to the CSB, because the Bjorn is as good in slot. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean now. Mathesis says, will the alien force field disruption beans be useful for anything after the event? Probably not. So you should use them all. People can follow Twitch channel to know when you go live next time, says Bahu, just so long as, you broadcast like 3 days before you start. Stupid Twitch delay. So hey, you want to show us how you disable someone? Like those jick rolling accounts? Nah. It doesn't look like anything, it's just /disable whoever, and then it says, that player disabled. And then they can't talk anymore or log in. Croft says, thanks for the show, have a beer already, cheers. Me Tool says, thanks for making this great game. Well, thanks for playing it. Sven says, Space Oddity equals event trophy. I Eat Food says, Traveling Trader! That is all, now everyone will hate me as much as they do Hinch. Can you not wake number 6 from his eternal slumber to destroy the Rickrollers? It's fine. Here, look. Get some of those. See, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. It makes me feel like I'm making a ton of progress and hurt you. Nicosoft says, anyway, thanks for an outstanding event. Chaotic says, so next January, Avatar of the Naughty Sorceress, question mark, with the Council as a final boss? I think you'll like it. I think you'll like the next Avatar path. Let's see. You could put it in the /updates page to inform people before the event. Well, we did. You said Y1 is the fastest way to equip accessories. Can't you just do equip 1? Oh, maybe you can. Shit. Boxwood says, need some attack messages for a perimeter defense sphere that don't begin with capital letter. Oh, some don't, just in case it's important. Nah, it's probably not, really. Roipy says, any requests for KOL Mafia devs? Literally tell me to commit something and I will literally commit it. Felony. Canifire40 says, oh, okay. Jolson42. Regarding Mafia people missing the event banners, it wouldn't help everyone, but you could make it so event banners appear in the chat pane before you enter chat like updates do. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Okay, yeah, so everything else has been covered. Glebe says, I think Hits from the Bong was on the drug CD as well. Yeah, that would make sense. Paladin White says, I wasn't in the mood to do a damn thing today. Thanks for giving me a great excuse to sit around. Enjoy the content and enjoyed the glimpse behind the curtain. Good deal. DePost Diverson says, there isn't a message that says you can access the elevator. It took me 50 adventures before I realized. I don't know what you're talking about. The Naked Jew says, oh hey, I managed to see some of the Twitch event. Of course, I have no idea what's going on. Also, you look way different than the last time I saw you, and it's kind of unsettling. Yeah. Ashton says, are you going to be adding alien language skill into our other accomplishment? Yep, I already did. Maladrama says, do you get hook on space drug like goofballs? Nope. Sentimental Shadow says, I love how you spend so much of your time into this. This is my go-to website for humor, lewd humor, more humor, and RPG text-based madness. Again, I truly appreciate this. This area will never be available again, correct? Never? I mean, I think the plan is if we ever do another live stream, this will probably become available again during that stream. Like, I'm not going to promise that, but that is what we said we would do. Minoct says, you probably just said, Minoct says, and that's all a certain person wanted to hear. Thanks. You probably said my name during podcast, but regretfully, as a European, I've never actually listened to one. I should. What does that have to do with being a European?
It's racist. It's
the same internet. G. Valco says, just think, if we were doing Big's Dig, we would have nearly cleared out the map by now. What beer are you drinking? Some Tecate. They didn't, when I stopped at the grocery store on the way to the office today, they didn't have any cans of PBR, which is what I was going to drink. They had some bottles of PBR, but the only one that they had, the handle was ripped, and I didn't want to have to carry it by the bottom for the entire, 3/4 of the mile that I had left to walk. So that's why I'm drinking Tecate, because it was in a box that worked. Perozzo says, Jick, will you make cactus gear? By the way, KOL is awesome. Thanks for making it. Squidartha, that's another good name. Thanks for the content and the familiar. Well, you're welcome. Radian says, perhaps a commemorative flashy blinky banner trophy for the adventurer of the millionth adventure? No, because we don't know who it was. We don't track it in a way that makes that work. Franco Molson says, any thoughts on another item like the tiny plastic sword? Yeah, that was the tiny plastic sword was the first misstep. Hey, Tecate is fine. It's fine. I enjoy it. And I do often drink better beer. I just didn't want to drink a bunch of strong beer when I still got to be here dicking around for 2 hours so that you guys can keep playing in this video game stuff. Super Bob says, bug found, you can vote again after you ascend. Yeah. So I made it a daily flag that tracked whether you voted or not so that it would just delete itself at the end of the day, and then it wouldn't just be sitting around in the flags table for the rest of time on people who never ascend again. But yeah, that has the disadvantage of also going away when you ascend, but the voting was open for 20 minutes, so I think it was probably fine. Sir Trog says, what about anti-cheese and government cheese making anarchies? Brute Force Ponzu says, this got me to check out the game for the first time in a long time. Thanks for the peek into you and your team's process into making a great lo-fi game. Also, for my clannies, Pony. And I'm not going to watch that YouTube clip. Uriel 3K says, thanks for the great event and a great decade of a great game. It was just great. Great! Vincent Blackrose says, from what little you've played of Netrunner, which runner/corp do you identify with the most? In terms of playstyle, I very much enjoy playing corp, and I don't really enjoy playing runner, because as a runner, I never really know what it never feels like any of my options for doing stuff are going to be productive. I never know what I should do, and it just seems like taking a lot of taking a lot of risks when you have nothing to go on, as opposed to, and I mean, I think that's just because I'm not very good at playing the game, but the one deck that I made was like a Haas Bioroid Fast Advance deck, so I guess that's what I identify with, because it's the only deck that I've ever actually constructed myself. Poisaz says she sells seashells on the seashore. Well, she certainly does. Toby Max says, what does the fox say? On a serious note, loving the new content. I've been a KOLer for a while, but haven't been able to get on as often. I also want to thank you and your ragtag dev crew for all the hard work. Also, would it be possible to do Twitch feeds during major events such as Crimbo? Maybe giving hidden access to those who watch early? Yeah, doing something attached to Crimbo might be cool. Herbally says, you acquire an item, Jar of Northern Lights. Oh man, I just got some fake internet marijuana from a guy on the fake internet.
Whoa.
Trigger says, you should just stop reading PMs and chat with me right here. Let's be buddies. Okay. Dude of the Country 14 says, is this the KOL changing event for the year? I would really like to see another plague or something destroying. Can you also say I'm awesome? Deviled eggs for the win. You're pretty awesome, Dude of the Country 14. Do you think he's from Country 14, or do you think he's the 14th dude of the country?
I think he's the 14th dude of the country.
Apocalypse Throb says, what do you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord? Owl be back? Is that what you were going for? Owl be back? I think I solved it. Aston says, eat more fiber. Also, thanks to all the cool people who make KOL tick. Deviled eggs are awesome. My doctor told me I ate enough fiber. He said, how much oatmeal do you eat, Jick? And I said, a shitload, Doc. And he said, that's probably enough. Schroet Flint of the Bold says, thank you for making such a great game. Spivvy the Beggar says, great event. How about cooking stolen sushi and government cheese for another Repo Man item? That's pretty funny. Argigalo says, will this be recorded so those of us who didn't pay attention earlier can see the nitty-gritty of KOL development? Yes, indeed. And yeah, Macs are good, but you should just keep using what you're comfortable with. The context that statement was in will likely be long past by the time you dig down in the queue to my tab. Thanks for all the good work. No way, it's fine. And yes, I should watch Archer. It's good. Awesome job, Jick. Thanks for giving multiple cares. I'm glad my clan mentioned you were doing this. It's like getting to meet a rock star backstage, but with fewer awkward moments. This is pretty awkward from my end. Can we have a trophy that's only available during the world event, says Nudie? And there's... Intermission says, was my message about nuts offensive because you didn't read it? Also, hello to all international players and keep up the great work. Next time, please show us more how you draw. Yeah, before we do this again, I'm definitely going to figure out how to get the camera. I thought I had solved it. I thought that I was just going to go into the broadcast software and set up another source of the camera that was like zoomed in more and took up more of the screen, but it wouldn't let me set up multiple sources with the same camera. I'm guessing that there is a way to do it. Also, Justin Ignacio, the Gun Run, who is like a long time KOL fan and now is like a sort of big mover and shaker at Twitch, he like hooked us up for this. Like he gave us the only way that you can get a 3-letter Twitch URL is to like know somebody there, I guess. He hooked us up with that. He gave us the account name that we needed because somebody else had it, but it was inactive. Like he's fucking great. So I imagine we're gonna have him. He was supposed to guest on one of the podcasts, but then he got like flown to Austin for some video game event before he could do it. So we'll have him on, and I'll check with him and see. I bet he knows all the tricks. Rainbow Sparkle says, right before Dread came out, somebody said on the forums that it will be Hobopolis with all the hobos replaced by raccoons. I think that sounds awesome. Please consider making the next Twitch event zone raccoon infested. I am guessing that Mr. Skullhead would throw me off a bridge if I said, alright, now I need you to write attack messages for 40 different raccoons. The ducks were a real stretch. Yeah, so here's a notification about somebody defeating a quick basic elemental in Cobb's Knob. So we find out in the dev chat when ultra rares drop. Red Minjo says, I forget, does the thing that says when an item is first up in the mall give the username or not? I think I might have gotten mall first on the ramekin of Space Nuts. Familiar jacks are cool. The coolest. Yeah, does it? Joaquin says, yeah. Joaquin says, Red Minjo added the first Space Needle to the mall. Okay, so you definitely got the first Space Needle. Maybe. It does. It does say who that is. Average Joe says, thank you so much for KOL and for doing this awesome event on my birthday. Plus 1 day. Oh, my birthday plus 1 day. Okay. I thought you were thanking me for doing it on your birthday and then just awarding me an extra day for some reason, which I would have appreciated. Craig Jones says, you're the man. No, you are, dog. Felgod says, sorry for breaking whatever that was. P. Since I'm coming up again, did any of your crew play Skylanders? No.
Scully does, doesn't he?
No, Mr. Skullhead plays, he got the Disney Infinity stuff for his kid instead of the Skylander stuff. I'm interested in the idea of it, but I don't, like, I never, Scully also really liked Spyro back in the day, and I just never really got into it. Like, Skylanders is made by Toys for Bob, who made probably the best video game ever, Star Control 2. Which I would be excited about, except they also made the like Tony Hawk Downhill Jam game for the Wii when it first came out, and I bought that on the strength of their name, and I was like, wow, that wasn't very good at all. So I don't know. I bet it's okay, but I'm not gonna buy a bunch of toys so that I can play a video game. I don't think. Great Roll Event says Dr. Capitalism. Sorry, I only send messages to the podcast when I'm drunk. Sorry, we only record podcasts when we're drunk. Noobsaw says, to be clear, will the zone be around after you're done streaming or no? No, my plan is to just keep streaming for a couple hours after rollover. Yeah, an hour. Let's say an hour after rollover, because it's going to be late. Just so the people who are around now and really committed to it, or people who are around and sad that they fucked up and spent all their turns before it came out, can just get in there and do it to it. It's Saturday, so it'll be a long rollover too. Although, long rollover is like 7 minutes instead of 4 minutes or whatever. Kamisora says, 10 years ago when I encountered the singing tree and was so veiny I thought a song was about me, I knew I'd never be able to stop playing this. Also, the answer to that owl bungee cord joke is my ass, but your answer is actually better. I don't get it. How's the answer my ass?
Jokes.
Mega Moss says, let it be known that CD Moore drinks Fruity Girl drinks. Yes, he does. He's always drinking, like, oatmeal beer. Intellectual Whore says, where is Roy? Who has the more butthole-looking haircut? Advice Hot Dog for the win. Oh my god, what the fuck? LOL. Roy probably looks like more butthole than I do. Although he has a cool beard now. And he's, he just did this giant, like, it's not industrial art, but like he just did this big municipal art installation thing at a library in Phoenix where they sort of built this crazy fake summer camp thing with like merit badges and stuff. They built all these teepees and all these murals and all these big like things hanging from the ceiling and stuff. You guys should do a search for it on Roy's Facebook. It's called Camp Dream Tree. I don't know if there's a website about it anywhere. There is. Okay.
Really slow internet, I wonder why.
David Sand says, this event was really fun to watch. Thank you for doing it, and I hope it happens again. Nancy Drew says, thank you for making KOL possible. I love it. Also, I'm loving your hair. Architect says, don't close out the Rickroll guy. It just lets him message you again and go to the bottom and in the middle. Just let him slide to the top where he will stay, assuming he even messages again. I think he's done. Multizar says, Hexatomb is mad at me. Okay. Whiskey Jack says, love the animation on Space Critter. Refresh your left pane. Refresh my left pane. Silent Tristero says, what room is the grandfather clock in the manor? No one knows. Breckenrouge says, hey Jake, watching today's stream reminded me of a dream I had years ago where I met you in real life. We had some beers together and you thought I was enough of a cool guy to show me the secret to opening the KOL admin panel whenever I want. The secret is to tap the tilde key 3 times quickly. Oh, doing that makes Bashy log on. I promised to only use this new knowledge for good, then I woke up. Anyway, today was super fun. Thanks for keeping me entertained for nearly a decade. Mark Sakist says, butts, lol.
Lol.
Nightvol says, what are the item IDs / descriptions for the Jickinator and the Jicko Loser? The wiki needs to know. Also, there are a few more things I need to get a bingo. You should oblige. Okay. What's a nerd scorpion? I don't know what any of these things are. Special guest Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson couldn't be here because he's in Arizona. Thomas Jefferson is a kickball that looks like an eye. that has various hats that he can wear. That is our office mascot. Let me see. I'll see what the description is for the Jickinator. This is a combat item Jick uses for testing stuff, and the ID is 2944. Let's see. It's got a thing here that says damage message. I am a fat stack of cash. Oh, right. I also used the Jickinator to test the code for when fat stacks of cash became really important for some reason before I was able to like segregate that off on dev. And then also, yeah, well, that's when you're buying that. Oh, you fire the Jickinator at your crotch and begin to piss punch cards. That's when I apparently needed to be able to produce a bunch of punch cards in combat very easily. The Jicko Loser is newer. Murphy Brown has nothing on this. Is the... I don't understand that at all. That might have been a leftover description from a previous item? I don't know. Anyway, the text that it says is plug, 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 and then kills you. And it's 6238. Anyway, cool wiki updating. La Cucaracha de Fuego says, I'm asking for someone in my clan. Will the Traveling Trader be returning? Yeah. John Anon says, I hope you release NS15 and Jackass Plumber soon. Also, please make heroes less of a pain to encounter when you work on the level 12 quest. Fair enough. Tivoli Mom says, thanks so much for doing this. It was fun watching what goes into this game. You've created something awesome, and I love the community that built itself up around your game. Well, I love it too, and thank you for saying so. Mike Antleg says, KOL is greater than WoW and LOL combined, end of. Here's to another 11 plus years of loathing. Crimbo, live stuff like this. Can't wait to see what you've got next and what I can stuff into a DC. Solazar says, Cryptic. Badassimus Prime says, can you make this event run 1 hour after rollover so those of us who blew all our turns before this and started like an idiot can still participate? Yes. Also, seriously, thanks for doing this. You've always been the best dev team for providing constant, engaging content built for the sake of the players. With serious respect for this, like 6M. Like, that's the font size of the respect is 6Ms. That's not very big. Troubleface says, how does a pelican open a mailbox? Divernon says, adventure again on the vote screen references Break Tundra Volcano, which, what? Oh, because that's probably where you were last. Also, this was very sweet and a very interesting peek behind the scenes for people who've been around for a decade. Also, the best runner is Kate. Okay. Daleomin says, so will the hypothetical next live stream be a sequel to this? Because another live stream would be awesome, but sequels have that 90% bad, 10% awesome distribution. No, I think, if we were committing to doing multiple additional live streams, I think that what I will do is probably limit it to like 4 hours because I'm getting real tired. And it would be like an ongoing thing where we develop like the first stage of a thing, get it to a reasonable stopping point, and then like during the next Twitch stream event, there's like a second floor added to Fart Castle or whatever it is that we're making. So that like, yes, a sequel, I guess, but like, no, not in any meaningful. I mean, nothing in KOL is meaningfully a sequel to anything else in KOL, really. Right? Sentimental Shadow says, which class/avatar/NPC do you identify with the most? Geez, I don't know. Seal Clubber. Noodle Mage says, what is your favorite joke in the game? I think that now my favorite joke in the game is the one from when you drink the crystal skeleton of vodka, where it says, find me a text editor. Guys, this is my friend TextPad. He's a cool text editor. You hang the skeleton from the ceiling and kiss it like it's Spider-Man, you're Mary Jane, and instead of kissing her, Spider-Man vomited an entire skeleton's worth of vodka into Mary Jane's mouth. I think that's probably my favorite joke. Of the ones that I've written. Boy, I can't even tell you. I really like the stuff that Riff wrote for the Bone Star. Speaking of TPS, says Afdiel, on my now deleted original account, I used my TPS to make a cherry bomb and sold it because I didn't realize it was reusable. Oh no! Years later, after I let my second account be deleted and quit the game, I overheard my friends talking about getting a TPS, which was a 30 million meat, and I felt silly. These days I go out of my way to only make and drink cherry bombs with my new TPS. Thanks for reading my story. Love the game. Can't wait for the next stream. P.S. Can I get a new lousy Ascension trophy? I missed that thing. I don't even know what you're talking about. Trigger says, yay! Apocalypse Sub says, my ass. I am a great magician. I don't understand. I know if I sent you a link to a video, you'll understandably not look at it, but YouTube should have a clip from Kung Pao of the owl bungee cord joke. You've seen Kung Pao, right? I have not seen Kung Pao. Stinter Galactic says, can you say hi to my wife Bonnie in the other room so she can hear it and know I'm still thinking about her? Hi, Stinter Galactic's wife Bonnie in the other room. He's still thinking about you. Non-vegan says, love the event and everything else that's been going on lately. More! Also, Dancing on the Space Critters haiku has too much line break, FYI. Oh, spacing on the Space Critters haiku. Sorry. Let's look at it. Oh, right. We did some paragraph breaks instead of some line breaks. Fixed. Thank you. Bioland says, thanks for a great game. My bank account groans under the weight of my donations to it. Also, I played nearly every day for the past 7 years. Is there an award other than no girlfriend for that? Oh, this is depressing. All these serious players are like, I don't have a girlfriend because of your game. I left my girlfriend because of your game. I killed and ate my girlfriend because of your game. I'm like, whoa, you need to call the police. JK47 says, it's actually 46. I've been playing since 2006. Love it. Thanks for the webcast/Twitch. Really made me feel more connected to the game, as with little kids, don't have much chance to make it to KOLCon, etc. Thanks again. Now see, be more like JK47. Play KOL a little bit less, but have a family that you don't kill and eat. Meow says, 40 different catfight message may work, though. Shapely shape woman. Okay? All this stuff about zones got me thinking. What's the hardest zone that you folks had to implement? Was it worth it? Also, mad props to you. Still going strong. I love you so much, so much. Love me too. Well, we'll see. What was the hardest zone? I don't know what I'm guessing that in terms of how much work they were, the Game Inform dungeons were the most work because they were so weird compared to a normal zone. You know, I mean, the clan dungeons are tough. Laura says, can you give a shout out to Radio KOL, our listeners, and my fellow Radio KOL DJs, pretty please? Hey, here's a shout out to Radio KOL's listeners, and Laura's fellow Radio KOL DJs. Keep on rocking. Summoner of Nothing says, after hearing your disembodied voice for so long on KOL Radio, it's excellent to see you. Kudos to ASM for an awesome game. Well, thank you. Noob Sauce says, how come cows wear bells? Because their horns don't work. Alright, it's gotten to be joke time. Alright, just a good pharmacy joke for you all, because why not? Guy walks into a pharmacy up to the counter and says, hi, can you show me where the condoms are? I'm going to break in my girlfriend tonight, and if I'm really good, I may have her sister afterward. Pharmacist helps him out and sends him on his way. The girlfriend invites him over for dinner with her and her parents, and they proceed to say grace. After grace, he does not look up and says, she leans over and whispers, I had no idea you were so religious. And he replies, I had no idea your dad was a pharmacist. Will you ever come up with replacements for chocolate cigars or Vita Chocolate Nutrient Capsule like you did for fancy chocolates? I mean, those are all sort of replacements for each other, right? Like, I think we tend to put those on new separate counters when we make them. So, I mean, maybe, like next Christmas. Cheese, okay, then he links to the owl and bungee cord. Dude Nacious says, it's pretty impressive to see how quickly you create the KOL art. Has there ever been an image that you've had to redraw over and over again because it just wouldn't come out quite right? Yeah. A lot of the time when somebody other than me decides what something is supposed to look like, I end up really struggling with it. But, you know, I've gotten way faster at it over time. Minok says, right, rollover. Do we get to see behind the scenes of a rollover? There's not a lot really going on behind the scenes at a rollover. It just says rollover has started, and then later it says rollover is over, and then a bunch of people log on. Dude of the Country says, destroy one part of a map and call it an event. By the way, my girlfriend says hi. See? This guy's got a girlfriend. It's people with numbers at the ends of their names that are the most likely to have girlfriends. Learning this. Okay, Travesty12, counting on you. This is arguably more fun to watch live than Modest Mouse. Okay, I don't know what that says about whether you have a girlfriend or not. Poizaz says, all the stats on the rollover pill, please, for the wiki. No. Rogue Cat says, don't you have a fear of getting slavered by this stream? I foresee you with cobwebs and beard in front of the computer and your wife with the frying pan. Why do you speak so fast? Bong the pan. My regards. Why does the game treat the player's species as human? Man, this is the kingdom. Why do we have to be humans here? Good recent additions. More claws, more cloaks. We need more. Yeah, thanks for your time and patience. Relax, no hurries. Poseso gracias por tantos años de KOL. Que dure muchos años. More feline cat familiars, please. And then a cool cat ASCII. Good. Stabotron says, you've made 2 jobs tolerable. Hand jobs and Steve jobs. Salazar says, sorry if that was a rude question. Why did you decide not to have the bar reusable? Yeah, it's just safer to not have it work like that. Right, Nightfall Scorpion. Nightfall says, the nerd scorpion is a loser scorpion that never moved out of its mom's back. It was a planned monster along the lines of the frog-breathing dragon. I think I always described that as the double scorpion, though. So it was a scorpion on top of its mother. But they're both full-grown. Good, thanks. Sorry, Yache. Good. Shaken Not Stirred says, hey, which donation method gives the most bang for the buck, or which gives you the most buck for our buck? Honestly, like sending a check or cash in the mail, but I would not tell you to do that because it's such a pain in the ass and takes so long, and the other methods are more or less all the same. Electroside says, thanks for the whole stream. Hope you had more and I can't wait to play. Also, I don't kill my family for this game, but it is great. Well, good. Ayla620 says, got to be up at 5 a.m. to be part of this, worth every minute. Thanks so much for all your creativity. Well, thanks for getting up so early. Soul of Omnis says, 4 hours would be good because this long makes me drunk. I'm streaming too hard to get drunk myself. Joy says, will alien language skill be constant through Ascension? Yes. Freaky Phobic 444 says some stuff. Oh, P.S. My girlfriend got me playing your game. 444. Another data point. Felgod says, special guest appearance from 2011 Benjamin Franklin. Oh, man! Good old Thomas Jefferson wearing Felgod's hat. And revealing Felgod's real name to all the people watching the stream. And also there's a can of paint. And some coasters, and a bookend, and a dry erase marker, and one of Roy's shirts. Senor Velasco says, you didn't mention Master Grimwolf by name, but thanks for reading his PM. He thinks this is a great thing you're doing, even though he's foolishly in the middle of his 8th Kitty Core run, the dope. Glum Pudding says, thanks for today, it has been fun. It would be cool if the Halloween candy drop for the Beast outfit were Space Junk, the way Warbear Hoozits is still dropped with the right outfit. Dave the Mild says, I have logged on every day now for 2 years. No game in 30 years of gaming has held my attention that long. KOL is the best. Also, I have a wife and 3 kids. Well, cool.
Woo!
Mild counts as a number. FDN says, love the Twitch stream and the new content. Also, Fart Castle seriously needs to be a future thing. Thanks. By the way, I don't have any numbers after my name, but I do have a wife and kids. Just saying. Disco Shen says, tell Geoprix to get back in the game. I know she will listen to you even if she won't listen to me. She's my non-devoured wife. Good on ya, Shen. Megamoss says, what's the secret command to ensure a 17 ball from a poltergeist? Poltergeist. My friend lost one a few years ago to inactivity. Ah. Balls. Suzuka says, tell them you can be married and play KOL with my husband for 18 years. You want me to tell them to marry your husband for 18 years? Agaburanar says, I've been playing for 9 years, I'm married, and named some of my familiars after my wife and son, and I didn't kill or eat them. Yet. Also, no number. Probably because I stole this name from a MERPS supplement. What's MERPS? I have to know. MERPS. Middle-earth role-playing. Sky Elf says, I play this game with my husband. Dr. Capitalism says, I got married while playing your game. Also, you kept me sane while I worked a terrible desk job, and for that I am forever grateful. Barekin Rouge says, thanks for teaching me the secret to making Bashi log on whenever I want. How do I make Bashi output the word balls and log out? Awesome Ted says, I don't see Excel in your quick launch bar. Please tell me the creator of KOL is as reliant on and obsessed with spreadsheets as the player base. Otherwise, my whole life has been a lie. Also, I'm married. My wife thinks the game is weird. I don't have a counter argument. I just use Google spreadsheets. Because I don't like having to remember to install Excel on everything. Battery says, while we're fixing line breaks, pretty sure the Pantsgiving fullness +1 thing is awry as well. P.S. Pliz can have good Fancy Pants Scarecrow enchantment for it. Moth says, who wants to play video games, Bimo? I've not watched nearly enough Adventure Time. Travesty says, also butts, and my girlfriend says hi, and my girlfriend is a body pillow. Gamma Ray says, I've been playing this game since I didn't have a girlfriend. Nice to see a live stream. My other name is Funny says, can you tell us about any scrapped plans for new things and places for the game? There was a thing, Let's see. Potion of Pulp was a thing. This was a thing that where we were going to add some weird thing to PvP, and we ended up not doing it. This is item number 996, so that's been around for a real long time. Anyway. Jeff, since you guys are talking about TPSs and KOLers keeping their girlfriends, I thought you might be interested in this post of mine from a couple years ago. And he links to it, and it doesn't work, and then he links to it again, and it does work, and my wife of 6 months just sold her tiny plastic sword to buy me a Bandersnatch. Oh. What a cool wife. Noodle Mage says, can we have some sort of Twitch Plays Pokemon event for KOL in the future? Also, I have a wife and 2 kids. Dang.
Woo!
Werewolf Jones says, may you give us a live rendition of In Mexico of just the first verse if it's too embarrassing? Thanks either way, Jake, for being such a cool guy. That is not going to happen. There's no guitar here, I'm sorry. There's totally a guitar here. I don't know how to do it. Icard says, I met a guy who went to college with my dad because of this game. What? Oh, it was weird and cool. That kind of thing never happens to me in League with any other game, really. Thanks for KOL. And I'm a numberless guy with a girlfriend who I haven't killed. Good. Golgothica says, I have 2 uneaten girlfriends, 2 uneaten children, and a vibrant social life. Also, no numbers after my name. Rogue Chastity says, my husband is listening in the other room and I heard the Kung Pao video, or Kung Pao reference, and jizzed in my, skirt. MG says, no clever joke here, but here's my son with a tomato. Oh, look at that kid. Happy Dad says, just adding to the data, I have a girlfriend. Also, thanks for the game and event. Marine says, you should change the image of the alien drugs to eye drops so it refers to Cowboy Bebop. I don't know anything about Cowboy Bebop. Monster Manual Avatar Potion for the alien, so those of us who voted for it can still use it. Maybe we will add one of those later to the What's Up version. Rogue Cat says, she has a nice laugh. Keep it for many years. Oh. Boxwood says, Lamau at Twitching Space Egg description. I haven't even read it. Good job, Riff. Mr. Bones in his wild ride says, the ride never ends, fleshling. Gross. Razaj says, why are shirts for everyone now? I always sort of wanted them to be a thing that you didn't have to ascend into a weird sign to do. Linguini Lad says, hey Jake, you the man, thanks for keeping the zone open. I thought the streaming would be closed by the time I got back home. No way, man, we got your back, Linguini Lad. 54 says, hey Jake, your giant British friend Fi here. You should go to Pix and sign up for an account so you can update your player pick. Okay. Cheesecake says, this was super fun, but it's time to be done. Once you read this, I'm leaving. Well, bye, Cheesecake. Nick Talopia says, my girlfriend got a job in a major bank, and in response, I got her to start playing KOL for the economy. Thanks for the awesome game. Morgan Blair says, I'm single, but I don't blame your game for that. Fixer says, I have a boyfriend but no girlfriend and no numbers. Anecdata. Jack Attack says, I got my wife to play the game, met my girlfriend on the game, who got her husband to play the game, and now we're both divorced and going to get married. Okay, cool. Swanky, please, says, more semi-rares, please. Also, download for your engine, please. I have no idea what that means. Anagram says, my girlfriend Mini Lizard and I still want a Dread shirt. Just saying, I would buy 7. I totally have 7 days I have to wear shirts per week. Okay, I was like, are you joining a permanent nudist colony in 7 days? JD McSquinty says, it's been a while since I played much, but I love the game, listened to all the podcasts, and this event was awesome. Thanks. Yeah, good. It's always surprising to me how many people don't play the game anymore but still listen to the KOL podcast. Like, I can understand somebody listening to video games, Hot Dog, but I don't know. I guess if you used to be, I don't play Magic anymore, but I listen to the Magic podcast, so. The thing I'm going to listen to right now is the sound of myself going and getting another beer. No, my bottle. Alright. Time to rock this nerd's rope. Drunken Irishman says, Rocket Punch, do you need some whiskey? I still have lots of whiskey. Also, I met my wife through the game and we had a KOL baby. Huzzah, hope to make it out for Con 11. Or maybe we'll get to see you at Columbus again? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll go to Columbus. I got out of the habit of getting on airplanes. I really enjoy it. Yeah, I still have the Nerds rope. I'm not a guy that eats that many Nerds ropes. Elusive Hawk says, why must the Burnt Government Manual be a quest item? Also, keep up the great work. I don't know why I made that one a quest item. Maybe so you had to farm them yourself. But that doesn't make... Yes. Nightmare says... Oh, good, thanks. Thanks a lot. Fucking asshole. Dude of the Country 14 says, my girlfriend wants to know if you're out of energy reading all these crazy comments so fast. Never give up, never surrender, destroy all aliens until you're drunk and out of adventures. Is there any DNA for aliens? Island area? Evil Merrill says, not only have I played for 9 years, but both my kids play and my daughter's fiance, now husband, has started playing too. Pantsless says, whatever Nightmare just said is bullshit. Yes, it was. Billy Bob Fred says, KOL is cool and you were cool for keeping it going for over 11 years. Gives Cupcake. And for the record, I didn't have a wife or GF, but I haven't eaten anyone, so inconclusive. Yeah, you got no numbers. Short Flint to the Bold says, been playing this game off and on since college. Glad I remembered to log in and join the stream. By the way, my name means shotgun in German. I thought it sounded cool at the time, 9 years ago. And for data points, through that time, I had 2 different girlfriends. Super Bob says, whatever happened to the library clan dungeon you guys talked about right after Hobopolis came out? Also, what was the original Batman Ascension? Is it not released, scrapped, or retooled? The library just never really materialized. And the Batman thing, what that needs to be is a sort of a combination of an avatar path with an entire set of replacement quests for all of the existing content in the game. So basically just a challenge path that is an entirely new game. So who knows when that's going to happen. Maybe someday. I'm still really excited about it. I think about it a lot. And I think about what kinds of different things will happen in it. And there's a part of me that kind of wants to just like make another game that's just a Batman game that kind of works like KOL. But, you know, if it wasn't connected to this, I think it would get a lot less traction with people. And who knows if it's worth doing as a thing outside of it. I don't know. Squin says... No numbers here. I've got a girlfriend. She doesn't play, but I've played Mr. Card Game with her, and she has a lot of fun with it. Glad I can share KOL in some form. Also, you and Trebs make a cute couple. Speaking of girlfriends, mine turns 21 in less than 2 hours, and it's time to go pick her up from work. Have a great night, everyone. Well, good deal. Slayer says, thanks for the game and the event showing behind the scenes. You're making it look easy, but this would have been fun even without the event. JK47 says, perhaps there's something to your numbers/healthy relationships correlation, as folks who don't have numbers don't jump on bandwagons fast enough to get their preferred names, so they have to add numbers. Also, happily married to the true love of my life, though I've been playing KOL longer than we've been together. 2 beautiful kids, thanks. Sign out after you read this too. One more thing, doesn't really matter. I say 47, not 47, because when I was 12 and came up with it, I thought it sounded like AK-47, and I'm committed to it now. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. It's like the joke version of an AK-47. Whiskey Jack says, will these leaderboards be permanently enshrined in the museum? No, I don't think so. Alpha Omicron says, I met a guy in one of my classes at university once who played KOL. He told me about how NS13 ruined the game because you couldn't ascend every day at a net meat game. No. Also, Cowboy Bebop is pretty good. I'm not an anime dork and I sure like it a lot. It's like the Firefly of anime. Also, Jake Rod can just tweet it at you about the stream. Well, good. Is he mad because I'm eating his nerd rope? Megama says, can you sing Cactus by Jick and Action Jackson? Look it up if you've never heard it. I wouldn't blame you. Cactus was good. You know, the first time when we wrote that song, it sounded way better than when we ultimately recorded it. The guy, lost his ability to play the harmonica in the meantime. Section 9 Bateau says, is the skill hardcore permeable? Yes, it is. Also, this is great. Thanks. I live in Finland, and it's been well worth getting very little sleep tonight. Well, I'm glad you stuck with it. Thank you so much. Locke Trufeld says, hey, thanks for the fun, interactive, both in-game and on-stream event. Also, my girlfriend would like to see a cat familiar that actually helps you rather than, well, the black cat. We could make a white cat.
There's keyboard cat.
Oh, right, there is keyboard cat. That guy helps you.
Yeah.
But he's probably expensive. Alright. Goodbye, Pantsless. Go eat a sandwich. The Biscuit Man says, all new quests seems like it would take longer than any path so far. Like, to make, it would certainly take longer than that. Like, we'd have to be working on it off and on for like a year if it was really going to be... I don't know. I don't know if it would take a year. Like, if it was just like 100 new monsters and like 10 boss villains that you had to fight or whatever, and some stuff going on in like a dozen zones, then we could do that in a couple months. But I'm so excited about the idea that I want it to be so big that it will never happen. That's essentially where I'm at with that. Cheesecake says also, hi, Play Havoc. Yes, hi, Play Havoc. Stream was fun to watch, and I can't wait for the next one, says Fetus Xmas. Legendbreaker 2 says, suck my hand, please. Also, yo, gabba gabba. No thanks. Kodakun says, oh man, oh my glob, watch Cowboy Bebop, please, for the kids. I tried. I watched the first episode and I didn't really get into it. Madzor Panze, you're the best, man. Your podcasts keep me sane. Girlfriend in the room despite my grammar. Do Jorge Luis Borges live. I don't know how to pronounce that guy's name. Also, the Dark Tower was awesome. Don't know how I missed it. The Borges library is the one where it's like the theoretical library where it just contains every sequence of letters possible, right? That doesn't seem like it would actually be fun to simulate. Bahu says, this is some vintage Jick show right here. Just filling time because help, how do I radio? Party like it's 2003 or something. Yeah, I did used to do podcasts by myself. Werewolf Jones says, will we ever be able to relive the majesty that is Site Pimp? I miss being able to easily access my legal tree porn. Site Pimp, it's what you need when you need it. Now includes Australia. Do we not own Site Pimp anymore? Let me go incognito here. No, wow, I guess we must have let it lapse. Oh well. Site Pimp was our April Fool's joke one year where we got bought by a domain squatter. Taterlicious says, I will have you know that I haven't eaten anyone that I was aware of, but I have a more important question. Does KOL do wedding registries? I have to make one before August 2nd. And what girl doesn't want various KOL-related shinies on her list? I've always been philosophically opposed to wedding registries in the same way that I'm philosophically opposed to greeting cards, which is to say, a nerd asshole. So I don't think I'm going to support that, if you weren't kidding. Cuddle Cactus says, would you cuddle a cactus? I would not. I'd been advised by myself and my partner Action Jackson not to fall on one. I can't imagine any way of cuddling with it without falling on it first. Right now the null signs are so much better than the other two groups, says Architect. Any plans for a rework on them? P.S. Do you think you'll finish all these comments before rollover? Depends on how fast they keep coming in, I guess. I don't know. There's always going to be one of the three signs that is the best, and I recognize that they're crazy out of balance now, and we could probably fix it, but nobody wants us to fix it by making the null worse. They only will accept us fixing it by making the other ones better, and then making the other ones better means we either make it better than the null or not, in which case we've either sped up the game for no good reason, or we've just failed to do anything that would actually make the people happy who want that change. So it's tricky. Psych Out says, when will the mimes be back? I loved having at least a bit of their mysterious flavor sprinkled into each world event. I didn't want to try to cram any of that into this one because this one's so ad hoc. But one of these days. A lot of our world event juice got taken up last year by the class revamps. Trathnona says, thank you so much for the event. It was awesome, and I look forward to the next one. I started playing in January, and so far the game has been nothing but good to me. I even got 2 ultra rare drops. Well, lucky you. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Renacio says, hey, sorry to bother you with another message, but I'm not sure if this was unanswered on the radio due to lack of time or just being a bad suggestion, but what do you think of a pedant's pendant? It could apply a wanged effect of some sort. I don't think I want to make an effect that's like wanged that isn't wanged. I guess the pedant's pendant could just be a reusable wang. Nicodemus says, limited roll event plus slow and steady equals cruel twist of fate. Yeah, I don't think they... Yeah, you're right. Sorry. We tried to announce it far enough ahead of time that you could get out of it if you needed to. I mean, you could have dropped Path a couple days ago too, right? Agbaronar says, I'm just doing this to try to make you try and read my handle again. Also, this game rocks. I have a Sabertooth Lime vinyl sticker. One time a guy stopped me in a parking lot and just said, KOL? I nodded. He said, cool, and then walked away. That sounds pretty good. TTGGL sends a picture of his cats. That's a pretty good picture. People sending me pictures of their cats lead me to believe these questions are running out of steam in terms of quality, at least, if not quantity. This is just an experiment to see if I lose the stream right before you read my message a third time, says Marine. Well, we'll see. Deathless Assassin says, was totally going to fuck up the slow and steady boards, but I have no idea how to do the new Spooky Raven or Black Forest. You win this time, Revamps. Blake at Work says, let's see. It may have been asked already, but how was the Mr. Card Game experience? Was ASIM touchy-feely with the project or more consultative? Was it worth doing, and would you be involved in another? Really, all we did was license the artwork and content. We didn't, we play tested it at a lot of stages in it and gave a lot of feedback, and I don't know to what extent that stuff was taken to heart. A lot of it wasn't real, like, specific actionable criticisms anyway. But we were not really involved in the development of the game. Bob1 says, been playing since 2008, and while I still suck, the community and jokes still make me laugh. From the MMG to the friends along the way, KOL will always have a place in my heart. I started NIU in the fall, so I haven't been playing as much, but I don't plan on ever quitting for good. Here's to another great 6 years. Also, how to open the sunken chest. I'll tell you what, you graduate from college, and I'll tell you. Slayer says, wish I could have siphoned some alien DNA. Yeah, the aliens were just humanoids. That's what they are. Apocalypse Throb says, I see you have revamped the PvP system, but where is the original PvP of Gentlemen? Chess. Look at those chess puzzles in the Alice in Wonderland content from that one year. Momomaton says, this is the first game I ever played, given up playing for years, then came back and went, dang, why did I ever stop playing this? Dang, why did you? Doppelheathen says, you look like the angry video game nerd on camera right now. Have you ever gotten up and walked around at all since the stream began? Yeah, I went and pooped like 9 times. Also, are you ever going to implement that children's meal? My heathen blood demands sacrifice for the children's. Yeah, how old is that thing? Children. Oh, children of the candy corn. I'm pretty proud of that. Yeah. No. Huh. Thought it was a usable item and not food. So this was 572. That's pretty early on. So this is like a classic design trap that we fall into when we're trying to figure out, like, okay, we need a third thing for this set. I know. How about a thing that contains 3 other things? Okay, well, if we didn't have one idea, what makes you think we're going to have 3? So, like, a lot of the time, if we don't have an idea for something good, for something to drop, we'll say, oh, why doesn't it drop a thing that turns into other stuff or contains other stuff or whatever? And I don't know what that instinct is, but it never works. Actually, it totally works a lot of the time. A lot of the time we'll make something and then it just contains a bunch of stuff and it's like, oh, okay, how hard was that? Just fucking have an idea. Sir Seaman says, is the new girl younger than the last one or did you finally break that streak? No, I think she is. Baz Bryan says, if any of the ACM crew makes it back to Chattanooga, I know Dr. Unk, Omnifrog, and would enjoy a chance to enjoy some beers together. Well, I'll always enjoy a beer with a KOL player. You said no trophy because it wouldn't be fair to trophy collectors who missed it, but what about item collectors not being able to get non-tradable items? Same thing? No, because items and trophies are not the same thing. I know that there are some people who feel like they are, but I don't feel like they are, and that's, that's the important point of view when it comes to making the decisions. The Bargainer says, could you make the Black Cat worse for you as it levels, or maybe the Oaf? I feel bad that they don't get better as they level. Also, this has been fun, and I hope you decide to do it again sometime. Oh, I bet I do. Penokian says, I started ages ago, around 2000. We started 3 years before the game existed. Sadly, I let my account lapse, and I still weep for its loss. Recently rebonded with KOL and 2 cats. Love the changes, love this live event and podcast. Well, I'm glad you're back, and I'm sorry that we were dipshits and deleted accounts for inactivity back in the day. We just didn't know what we were talking about. Demolidi says, how much pre-planning went into today's zones and monsters? I tried very hard to not spend very much time thinking about it. I knew that it was going to be a crashed ship, and I knew that the 3 monsters were going to be the 3 monsters that they were, but I didn't decide until midway through to do the second zone with the beasts in it and that kind of stuff. And the items, I was just like, oh, they'll just drop some stuff, and we'll figure out what they do after talking to people. I had kind of wanted to do more stuff where I got explicit, like, voting style feedback from people who were watching the stream, but as we worked, it reminded me that we don't tend to have a lot of things where it's like, well, we could do this or this, because we almost always, if we have 2 ideas that we're equally satisfied with, we just do both of them. So, I don't know. if I thought about it a little more ahead of time, I could probably come up with more things where it's like, well, this is a time when we should let the people decide what we want to do with this. Jeffel says, never watched a live cast before. How odd. I've never done one before, and it is odd. Megamaw says, Space Dandy. It's about a dandy guy in space. Watch it. Also, CSA cheerfulness rations still don't add cans to the neck bromancer staff. Yeah, I wonder why that is. I wonder if it is because they are not on some specific list of things that do that, or because it's not categorized as a beer, or what? Namano says, the first Cowboy Bebop is off compared to the rest of the series. If you give it 2 or 3 more episodes, I think you'd like it. Love the live stream, looking forward to the next one. Lucifer Standard says, hey, if you ever come to Portland and hang out with Gary, tell him that you want to hang out with his friend Alex as well. This is Al from the Something Awful Forum, so you might think I'm a monster. No, I don't think you're a monster. I don't think anybody on the Something Awful Forums is a monster. Okay, I will let him know. I think we're going to the Portland Retro Games Expo. That's my plan. At least I think I've agreed to some sort of Call of Cthulhu pen and paper role-playing game with them. Oh man! The wiki preserved Site Pimp here on the KOL wiki. The wiki did it on the wiki. That's where they do things. Awesome! So yeah, you can go to the KOL wiki and just search for site-pimp.com. Also, no wonder that didn't work when I typed it in, because that wasn't even the actual domain. I should have known that we wouldn't be able to buy sitepimp.com. Some choice domain action right there. Zinnia says, before special paths were introduced, Frosty Andrews ran a pacifist run where he used no weapons to fight monsters. Maybe that's fleshy enough idea for consideration. Oh, that was like the second challenge path we did, though, was the one where you couldn't equip any weapons. It's a good idea, though. Zinnia says, thank you for this event. It was helpful to see how everything comes together for use. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, Site Pimp was Site-Pimp, and the registration expired. You could get it back. I don't really want it. Cygnus says, what's the ETA on NS15? 0. -0. Are there any huge non-secret plans? No. I mean, we have some. We're gonna do a big event for Christmas this year. We have so many scheduled big things that we just do it. Aston says, do you have any plans to add items to the Shadowy store? At a certain point, guild quests and guild stuff is going to be on the revamp radar. A little bit of it. I mean, you guys probably saw when I spoiled it earlier that the White Castle stuff is going to get updated. Which that's one of the guild quests. So moving that to a little more technically modern structure for how that stuff works on the back end. Yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of that stuff... The stuff that's for sale in those stores is stuff that, in a lot of cases, was created to fill really specific niche needs at really specific points in the game's history, and they don't necessarily make a ton of sense now. Like, I don't think muscle classes need that, the healing that medicinal herbs give. Really? Like, I don't know that anybody uses those seriously, but there was a time when they did, because it was like the serious hardcore in the sense of being like hard to the core, not like playing hardcore runs. It was those people who were like, hey, an item that was a full heal for 1 spleen would be super useful. Like, it's probably not anymore, because we're so much more generous with stuff like that over time that I can't imagine anybody seriously using those a lot. Maybe they do. So yeah, there's a lot of just weird legacy things in those stores. Those were a thing where they didn't... I wanted there to be stores in the guild where there was stuff that you could only buy as specific classes, but that was as far as the idea went, so it was more just, I guess, put some stuff in here for flavor, like, what's an accessory that accordion thieves might like to use, and, like, it wasn't like it served a real gameplay need that was able to lend it a real strong identity mechanically, and so they're just weird. They're just a bunch of weird stuff that, to a new player for whom they would actually be useful, they probably seem really prohibitively expensive, and to a player who can trivially afford them, they are demonstrably useless. Make it all worse, says Arnie R. Remove the detuned radio. I don't think I want to do that. Because, man, I wonder if that would be enough at this point. Probably not, because I think that the extra monster level that you got from the mind control device was a big draw, and adding ways to get that in the other signs was an important thing for making them even close to being as good as each other. Yeah, I don't know. Maleen B says, little late on this, but considering that I'm a straight woman, I do not have a girlfriend. Then again, I also don't have numbers in my username. See? Wax says, Jesus, you read all of these. Baradur says, so my clanmates Vixen K99 and Tarl42 have spent their wedding anniversary to each other, if that wasn't clear today, doing the Twitch content. So more proof to your theory, and I'm single. Yep. There you go. Naramo says, plot twist, the traveling trader is providing funding for the mimes. It's like how you support Osama bin Laden when you buy weed, even though he's dead. Megan Cody says, Mo number, no girlfriend. I think you meant no number, no girlfriend. In the Space Beast fur description, to be terminally accurate, lack of warmth is as there is always some, if small, about, above. Absolute zero. There's a lot of wrong words in that sentence. And you should be ashamed of yourself, Megan Cody. Apocalypse Thought says, possible bug! An adventure is not consumed when you go to the alien ship and mess with the computer for the source code. Yeah, it's not meant to. We decided, you can see in the archive, since it costs a bean, it does not cost an adventure. Divergent says, the wanged replacement could be number wanged, which just randomly replaces every number you say with a different number. I think we already have a number wang joke in as an effect. Hexatomb says, could you possibly set up the different signs to match different ascension paths? I had previously suggested different quest paths, different signs could allow for that. I like that idea, but man, is it a lot of work. Twackat Sonic says, it seems like there are a lot of They Might Be Giants references in KOL. Do you listen to them? And if so, what's your favorite song by them? I used to listen to them a lot more than I do. And yeah, there are a lot of prominent They Might Be Giants jokes. I don't know that there are ultimately more of them than there are jokes about a lot of other stuff, because we also kind of laid off when that seemed to be a kind of identifying aspect. Yeah, I like They Might Be Giants a lot. What is my favorite They Might Be Giants song? Till My Head Falls Off from Factory Showroom. Noob Sauce says, I just graduated from college in engineering. Will you tell me how to open the sunken chest? No, you have to wait for that other guy to graduate from college. Phantom says, thanks for the fun event. Cardern says, how frequently do you have periods of writer's block? Does it become tough to continue coming up with new mechanics for items of the month and content? Why does customer service keep K-mailing you? He is probably forwarding K-mail. So K-mails to me because there would otherwise just be too many of them for anyone to ever look at. What's funny is that it's not true that it's too much for anyone to look at. It's just that has to be like a lot of their job. He said it's probably people saying nice things to me. That's normally what he forwards to me as K-mails, is when people are like, oh man, I really like your game, and it's cool and I have fun. So that's a lot of what that is probably. Wow, Hotel Detective, says Riff. How come Hexatomb gets a cool battery icon in his Twitch? How frequently do I have periods of writer's block? I think because the stuff that we do is, by and large, not tied to anything that has to provide a coherent or satisfying narrative, it is a pretty rare thing for all of us to just not be able to come up with something, because we have the luxury of just being able to make a dumb pun if we don't have something interesting to say in any given context. And I mean, stuff goes in that under normal game development circumstances would just be like, oh, this is just the scratch text that is just placeholder stuff. But oftentimes, like, that's so similar to what we would write for real that we just leave it there. The way that I will make sure that stuff like that gets rewritten is to make it really profane and direct it at one of the other guys to write. It is tough to keep coming up with new mechanics for items of the month. Very specifically because if we don't do something like these rolling date restrictions with slow and steady, which I desperately hope that people will learn to tolerate, if not appreciate, it just becomes impossible to make something that is interesting and powerful and not either broken in some way that is way too good because of the 11 years worth of legacy items that it has to exist in the same space as, or underwhelming in some dumb way that only matters because of the stuff that is true about it in concert with all of those items, right? Like things where we say, oh, well, this would be awesome if it would work this way, but it works that way, and if you have that and this other item from 2004, then that's going to create a situation where you just have this crazy fucked up advantage that's like not fun. It's like makes things too easy to actually be fun, and it sucks and is really hard, and I would like for it to stop being a thing, which is why I would really, really, really like to have the ability to do things within a sort of a rolling time frame where our mistakes only haunt us for 3 years. Like, your thing that you buy for $10, it is only good in super competitive play for 3 years. That's still a lot for $10. And our mistakes do not continue to haunt us forever. Like, everybody says, well, the Smith's Tome, so powerful, it's way too good, you fucked everything up, you made this too good, and it broke everything. And it's like, well, I guess we're just fucked forever then, because we can't take it away from you because we sold it to you, you know? And if what we can do is just make it so the people who care about the competitive aspects of the game being there for them are willing to accept these restrictions on it, then you know, we can keep making items of the month that are good without having to just be constrained in this way that, you know, it just ends up with stuff like, I don't know. I don't have an example. I don't have an example of something that was like hamstrung by its interactions with previous items of the month, but I know that it happens. I know there are things that I want to do that are cool, that would be fun, and to a casual person they would say, yeah, do that, that sounds great, but we can't do it because it has to exist in the same space as all these other things, and it will just ruin the leaderboards, because the 10 guys who have both of those items, it's probably not 10 guys, it's probably hundreds of guys, but because of what they'll do with it. Anyway. Fight Force says, why do we get 11 pieces of fur, or 10 in my case, because I released the boots on one of the monsters, if the equipment it makes can't be traded? Because the furs itself can be traded. Yeah, you just have to make it yourself. Because what I don't want is for one set of equipment to be enough to get everybody the tattoo. I want you to have the gear to get the advantage of having the gear. Happy Dan says, how does the new question system work? It seems, and I may be completely wrong, that there is a long backlog. Love the game, love the stream, gonna give you some money. Thanks. I'll show you how the questions thing works. Let's hope there's nothing sensitive in here. I bet there's not. Okay, so you look like Tobey Maguire, says Whack. Respectfully disagree. So these are questions that were sent in the Monday show, these are ones to the Thursday show, these are the Video Games Hot Dog, and these are the ones that we've already answered. And I can move them to Monday, Thursday, or Video Games Hot Dog, and because that said MTV, I made that say, I want my MTV, and then also made it so the Mark Red link is occasionally replaced with the text Mark Knopfler. I guess I could just search for that and find it. There we go. Mark Knopfler. St. Johnson asking months ago, Chick, would you rather make out with Mr. Skullhead or a Rabid Weasel? Both at the same time is the only thing that I ever want to make out with. That's Mark Knopfler. Cool Dire Straits joke. And there is a big backlog. Rifferama says, I finished college long ago. I'm ready for the sunken chest knowledge. My current alien language skill level is 37. It's not even funny. I thought you should know. Again, you gotta wait for that other guy to graduate. Flapjack McCoy says, when are you going to title this broadcast? I don't know how! And Justin the Gunrun Ignacio is out camping, and so he can't help me. There is no option that I can find anywhere in my broadcast software that's over here on this thing that I keep looking at for me to give the thing a title. So, sorry. Werewolf Jones says, if you won't sing for us, will you dance? I'm guessing not, but maybe you'll make an exception for the Ninja Pirate Zombie Robot, and I bit my hand with a knife. I have to go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I have to stop. I'm running out of gas. Is there any value in just leaving the stream running, pointing at the wall, and leaving the event going so that we can say we only had the event going as long as the stream was up, or could I just maybe go next door and eat some tater tots?
You can make a cool
Stop the
sign.
stream. But why do I waste internet just broadcasting a cool sign?
That's a cool sign.
Also, this sign sucks. Are you handing me this as an example of a cool sign? Because this sign is blank.
No,
This is a cool sign.
oh my god, you're so picky. This is the coolest sign.
Are we putting that one back?
This is the coolest one.
Almost 6 hours. This was 7 hours and 42 minutes. All right, Strangers in a Strange Clan. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm covering people up. There's a lot of stuff on this sheet. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the event up for an hour or two after rollover, but I am going to call it quits on the stream right now. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This was awesome. I had a lot of fun, and I hope that you had a lot of fun, and I think this was definitely enough of a success that we will do it again, because it was great. Alright, good night, everyone. Click.